Car Park Drift World Final 2024. My name is Brent Black. I want to say Becky's microphone is not on.
Well, there we go, Brent. We'll try that again. My name is Becky Evans.
Hold on. That was the best way we could start a live stream. That was so good. Let's do it again. I'm Brent Black. You are?
My name is Becky Evans, and what a delight to be here. My very first car park trip and the World Finals here in Oman.
This is the best. I've been doing this for, I think, since 2017. This is my 8th World Final. I want to do the math. And this might be the biggest one yet.
Yeah, from everything that I've seen, I've been taking a look at how this event has grown over the years, and you can just see how it's just developed and we're getting bigger crowds, more drivers. I mean, you were telling me as you were walking around the paddock earlier, there's just so many more drivers now.
It's huge, and not only is it huge, and what you're looking at right now on the stream is the course, and it is the biggest course. And when you look at this, I don't know if you can tell from wherever you're watching right now, but it is massive. This course that these drifters are going to be going around today is the biggest. It is the fastest by far, and it's going to be extremely exciting to see this today.
100%. I mean, I have been here before. This is obviously the Oman Automobile Association, where they've held the OIDC here. This track is fast. You can also add in some hazards around the fact that there is lots of painted lines that have been there from original courses, which adds to the slippery factor. And also, when I'm looking at the obstacles and sort of the techniques that you're having to employ to really get the points in this situation, these cars are going to be coming in fast, coming in hot, and then having to slow themselves down, get into the technical parts, make sure that they have the right momentum to ensure that they're picking up all those points. But I think there's going to be a few thrills and spills. I can see a few cones, a few barriers going flying.
There's some chaos that goes on, and I'll tell you, it's somewhat controlled chaos. I was asking earlier some of the organizers, I said, are you worried with the speeds that this course today is going to have? And he's like, no, not really, because it is a safe course. It's very fast, yes, but also very safe.
Oh, yes.
And I mean, these guys are pros. I don't know. I've seen many, not all of these guys, these drifters, some new faces this year, many previous king of drifts. We've got several that have won this thing before, and a lot of new faces as well. So we're very excited for a safe drift today. We will crown a king of drift from, I do believe it's around 16 different nations, I think 24 different drifters. As you can see, they're getting ready to do their parade into the course.
Lots of different vehicles here and lots of different packages as well. I mean, I was going around having a chat with all of them, and like you said, around 16 nations, including all the way from Jamaica, Estonia.
Right.
It's a big mix.
I don't believe we have any new nations represented today. We do have a couple of people that have qualified from nations that have never actually qualified before. In some respects, there are wild cards. If you have never seen this World Final, you'll see that Oman, for example, does get a few wild cards because they're hosting the event, right?
Absolutely.
But there are plenty of other drifters that have qualified. Most of them have qualified in their respective countries, as you see there in the Nissan. It's a Z400, brand new Z400.
Brand new, absolutely.
Do you know this guy? Do you know who this is?
Abdel Fagali, of course.
He's a legend.
He is a legend of the game. I mean, WRC drifting, he's done it all. He's done some fairly serious projects with Red Bull as well. No stranger to drifting, but this time he takes on the role as race director, as he's actually set out the course today. He's the one that's put this all together, decided how it's going to look.
And real quick, here are our judges. We have to have our judges there because I want to make sure that they get their love.
A familiar face for me here. We've got Vernon Zwaneveld. He's an international judge. He's one of our Drift Masters judges. And then we have Jean-Pierre Nasrallah. I mean, he has been a judge from the first year in car park drift.
Yeah, 2008. 2008 was actually in Lebanon, and that was years before we had a final. It was just kind of a thing that people put together to get people off the streets and into a safe environment where they could practice their drifting skills, and that's really where this was born in Lebanon.
Yeah, he's been around since 2008. And Wadda Ukba. So he is the president of the Emirates Drift Championship. So that is their national drift championship. But he's been all over. He's been in the OIDC. That's where I've seen him, Germany, and in Lebanon. But he's
Could you tell me what that is? OIDC?
OIDC is the Omani International Drift Championship. So it's held in the first 3 months of the year here at the Oman Automobile Association. As I said, I'm very familiar with this track and how many layouts that is possible here. So I'm really intrigued to see how these guys get on with it. It's great to see the crowd is really starting to hot up. There's lots of people in the house.
I love it.
It'll really add to the atmosphere, especially as we're under the lights of the evening. Everything's starting to cool down a little bit. I feel very British talking about the weather, but we have to talk about it.
Well, you do sound very British as well.
It's because I am.
You can't help yourself, right? As you see, Abdo Fagali, you were talking about how he's kind of the author of these courses for drifting. He'll just write out on a piece of paper, he'll draw out a design, and then he'll tell the guys, hey, could you just make this? Could you please make this? And they use all the measurements that are necessary to make sure that it's safe. But it's pretty incredible what he has done for this sport. And also a world record holder. He still holds the record for the world's longest drift.
Yeah,
which is something crazy. It's kilometers and kilometers.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy.
As you see, the parade is starting. These will be all of your drifters coming into the entrance hall, led by Abdo Fagali. I'm always trying to play the game of know the flag. So
yeah, I mean, I feel like you are much better at this than me. But I do know that Haitham Hadidi is from Omani. He is an Omani. I've seen him out here a couple of times before. Ali Maksheed, he is another favourite from Kuwait. He's actually joined us in Drift Masters before, and that's his.
From Jamaica. That is the longest trip, right?
Yeah, so he won in Jamaica, which is why he's found himself out here in Oman, and he is in a rented car. There is quite a few drivers on the grid here that are borrowing cars for this round, so it's going to be very interesting. You know what, when you're in your own car, it's your own wheelhouse, you know it inside out, so it'll be very interesting to see how they adapt to this track.
A lot of these drifters, they will sometimes, and it's a community, right? So people are very giving in this community. Sometimes I've seen this happen over the years. Maybe someone's car will break down and they won't be able to compete. Another drifter will give him a car or share his car so that it's fair and they still get a chance to be in this amazing event, which is, again, it just speaks to the community. As you can hear, I don't know if you can hear that.
You know what? Every time I come to the Middle East, they love a bit of anti-lag. It is the calling card, it feels like. So there's some very noisy drivers out there, but you know what? They love it. Gets the crowd going. I've never seen crowds like when they have a little anti-lag pop-off.
Explain anti-lag.
So anti-lag basically allows the engine to boost. So it means when you come off the throttle, you've got all that boost ready before, so therefore anti-lag. So the turbo is not lagging, so you have all of that power at your foot.
And that's what's creating that.
Yeah, so
loud
it's to do with actually what the engine tune. So you have this crazy pop and bang, but basically what it's doing is spooling the engine in order for you to not have any lag when you hit the throttle pedal.
See, I'm so glad you're here because I really don't know anything. I love the sport, but I really don't know anything about the techniques and the internal working. So I'm so glad.
Okay,
I'm so glad you're here to explain this to me.
Anti-lag is it works with the tune of the engine itself. So with every engine you have an ECU, and then that has a tune, and that's giving you your throttle. It gives you all of your air mixture and fuel mixture and everything like that. It's the computer which tells the engine what it needs right there and then, and you can add anti-lag into that, and it gives you some, depending on the tune, it gives you some fairly crazy pops and bangs.
Yeah, if you're not, you can't even imagine what it's like. I mean, we're inside a broadcast booth right now, and it is so loud even inside. If you're out behind one of these cars, it's deafening. It's incredible what these cars do. And actually the sound of the car, believe it or not, is part of the judging process. So while these guys are doing their drifts, they actually are judged on the sound of their car.
So this is my first car park drift. Can you run me through the judging criteria?
There's a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking that there's sound, there's time, there's
smoke.
precision.
Believe it or not, the smoke that the tires,
Wow,
the tires.
goodness.
Believe it or not, I mean, there's the simple stuff like how well they run the course, right? How well they drift through each obstacle, and we'll get through that as we can. Abdo is going to be doing this himself first, and then we'll show you exactly what they have to go through. But beyond just the technique of getting through and making sure you drift, there are also things like the smoke, like the sound. In past King of Drift competitions, the look of the car was actually part of it. The judges would go through the paddock before the drift, and they would look at the cars, and they would give them, I think it's just like 10 points overall on the overall look and appeal, the curb appeal, I guess, of a car. That has actually been taken away this year. So there is actually not going to be a 10-point advantage for anybody depending on what the car looks like.
Well, what I will say is from going through the paddock, there are some very, very well turned out cars here. You can't fault any of them. Everybody's turned up looking slick and fresh for the World Finals here in Oman. It's great to see. And what I will say, there, as I said, there is quite a few rented cars on.
Every time you say that, I feel like people are going to imagine they just went to
There's
Hertz.
rentals.
They just went to Hertz and rented a car.
It's a very normal thing for drivers to use cars that are based in the country that they are competing in, because if you're coming from
Jamaica,
like Cleve, if you're coming from Jamaica, it's quite a lot, and also the timings to be able to ship the cars. And very interestingly, the C6 Corvette that we just saw on the screen there, the driver hasn't driven since 2016, so he's looking forward to having an interesting weekend. That's Saeed Al Mouri.
And that's Jamaica?
No,
Saudi.
He's from Saudi. Yeah.
From Saudi Arabia. And
He
so
is.
I'm assuming that means he hasn't drifted since
He hasn't drifted since 2016. He was like, "Do you know what? We're going to have a go. We'll have some fun." But he actually a lot of the time spends his time coaching drivers for endurance and circuits. So there's lots of different stories on the grid.
Coming out of retirement. I like that.
I
like that.
I thought that was nice.
Driving the Corvette, which not many drifters will actually bring Corvette into this. One of the reasons is it's such a large car. It's very powerful, but it's also large, and you're going to see that there are some very tight, crampy little areas they need to get that car into.
I was thinking that when you look towards the end of the course and you see right there on your screen, that is the last part, and that is the parking bay get that C6 Corvette, which I will say, by the way, guys, is a stock car. It's running 500 brake horsepower. It's got that LS7 in it. He was actually a car park drift winner in 2011, I will say, Saeed Al Mouri, and he hasn't drifted since 2016.
That's
so
crazy.
He's going to be having a good old time out there. But yes, that last parking box is going to be fun for the slightly larger vehicles out there. That's why we're seeing a lot of S13s. Lovely.
It's a good look at your drifters. You can tell the Red Bull athletes. It's very obvious who the Red Bull athletes are.
Our Georgian athlete there, Georgi.
Yeah.
And there is the C6 in all her glory.
Look at that thing.
Next to the S15 there as well. He's always got a smile on his face.
He
always
does.
got a big smile on his face. I love it.
These, as we were saying, these guys represent something that's been going on for more than 10 years as the King of Drift since 2016. But yeah, all started in Lebanon, again, as a way for people to safely do this sport. Drifting has come a long way. It started in Japan, as you see the Oman flag come up, and that means we are in the Oman national anthem.
All right.
And we are back. Welcome again around the world. If you are streaming with us, thank you so much for being with us here on redbull.com or Red Bull Motorsports. We are streaming live in English on Facebook and YouTube. Appreciate you sharing this feed with all your friends, because this is going to be very fun. When we get started, you're going to see exactly what this is all about. If you're a first-timer, if you've never seen drifting before, you've actually seen a lot of drifting, right, Becky? You've kind of grown up with this sport, just not this particular event.
So yeah, I mean, I didn't grow up necessarily with drifting. It came to me in 2018. But I have spent an incredible amount of time drifting now, and I drive myself as well. So
really?
I'm one of the hosts of Red Bull Drift Masters. So we have a 6-round championship across Europe, which is so much fun, and the driving and that whole championship is kind of crazy. It's all tandem drift, whereas like this is a very different format for me. Whereas we are seeing cars compete by themselves against the clock in different categories. We are from Drift Masters is traditional tandem drifting.
What is tandem?
So tandem is when you have 2 cars on the track and you have a lead and a chase car. The lead car's job is to obviously do the qualifying line set out by the judges, and the chase car has to mimic everything that driver does. It's
interesting. Yeah, this is totally different. You would never want another driver or drifter on the course at the same time you do this. This is Horatio Lawrence. This is so cool. See if the cameras and drone can pick up on this. We learned earlier this is called?
This is
paramotoring.
I had paramounting in my head, and I was like, it's not paramount.
Nope,
it's paramotoring.
This is paramotoring. Now, I have never seen this. This is the first time I'm seeing this with you. You're going to see Horatio, I believe, come down to the course in this contraption.
Absolutely. I mean, I thought he was power gliding, but I guess because it has the outboard engine on there, that's paramotoring.
Paramotoring. You see,
I don't know why I'm struggling with that.
Well, it's something new. It's something new. As you see that in the background, that's the Oman Food Festival. I think it's called Oman Eats.
Yes. So I've been to that before. Incredible.
Yeah. Delicious.
Yeah. Incredible eats.
Also, I noticed, we're only talking about Horatio. Horatio has a friend. There's definitely another person there with Horatio.
I was like, okay, Brent, you leave me high and dry here, not seeing the name.
Nothing. There's nothing. This is beautiful. Look at that. The Oman flag. I think they're going to be a little, I feel like you definitely need some kind of skill.
You haven't seen me yet. I could just be a natural.
I'm not doubting it. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure if it's not something you can say, yeah, I can track it.
Well, you know what I will say is, though, he's making it look very easy, but I'm not surprised because Horatio is an aerial legend, and he's a 5-time world champion, infinity tumbling Guinness World Record holder. You know what? He's done a lot of this. That's probably why he's making it look like I think I could have a go, which is probably big.
Did you say infinity tumbling?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to look that up. Wow, I see me. No, the camera.
Oh.
I just saw our studio. I was excited. Oh my gosh, that's us.
Yeah, guys,
we've been here all day, kind of getting to know some of the drifters and the amazing organizers of this event. It's something that is incredible every year. If you ever get a chance to come to one of these drifting finals with Red Bull, it is just so much fun. Make it a plan. Last year we were in
Jeddah.
Was I in Jeddah? I don't even know anymore.
Well, I was watching some of the recaps just to get a taste of what's been going on, and then I was like, oh, it's always in the Middle East.
It has been. It was in Turkey one year, which kind of is in the middle of it's like the Asia and Europe border. It's like right there. It kind of splits east and west.
Yeah.
It has been in other locations besides the Middle East, but last year. Thank you for reminding me. I was enjoying it.
So how did you find yourself commentating on drifting?
I don't know.
I'm very intrigued as to what your story is. My background is I'm a driver, I'm a host within the sport.
I'll tell you exactly what it was.
How did you get here?
I drink a lot of Red Bull. I mean, a lot.
Fair enough. That is fair enough.
Yeah. Like daily.
That is the CV. All right, so we're about to see, I think, Abdo do a demonstration of what the drivers are going to be contending with.
So the drifters will start with figure 8. This is like a kind of get you all the way through. Now he should have hit those flippers, but I think he's just being easy on the first hit. So he's going to hit those flippers. And this is the pendulum. Yeah, he's just kind of showing us. He's not really doing the full drifting experience, but he's kind of showing you the path.
What I will say,
this is the figure 11, yes.
this is like, it's a big space, so
It's
you
kind
can
of-
really pick
yeah.
up some speed. So in order to be clean and tidy, I mean, here you're going to have to use the left foot brake to pin the car in
Spiral, yeah.
to get that nice and clean donut around the
Nice.
barrel there. Look
Yeah,
at
comes
so much
all
speed.
the way around. Now look at this, all the way around. And I do believe this is the first box. Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is box number 1.
Okay,
And then
so you have to do one
he
rotation.
does that so well. He's so good. And then we're going to have to go all the way around the course again, picking up all that speed. And I've heard this is the most challenging of the 2 boxes. So this is the second box. Because look how you come in straight. You
Well,
don't want to go straight.
you have to scrub so much speed coming in here to get the technical part, because you're going to have to be sort of trying to preempt how much speed you're going to have to knock off to get that nice and precise. It's a really technical part of the track, and here as well. There's a
Another little flapper there in the sort of a half circle, sort of a 180. I think it's actually called a flipper, but I like flapper for some reason. I don't know. I go back and forth.
flapper.
I go back and forth between flapper and flipper. Forgive me my Americanism. So yeah, they have to do this kind of corkscrew situation. I think they call it a turbo, and then they'll come out. This might be the end. And they'll go sideways into this, and here, this is brand new. Look at that. He's so good.
That was very
He
good,
is
very
so
impressive.
good. So you'll see numbers right there. See those numbers? That's the points that drifters will get depending on where their outermost corner of the car is. The rear of the car. Wherever the outermost is the points they will get. So yeah, that was kind of a brief run-through by Abdul Fagali. Now you're going to see here as Abdul gets out. Don't try that at home. Abdul gets out while his car is in motion. Once he clears the course, look at him. Just showing off, Abdul.
That was it.
Good guy, amazing.
Yeah,
Find
good
him.
energy. Good energy.
He's from Lebanon. He's long time, obviously, friend of Red Bull Motorsport. He's one of the innovators.
He's been a Red Bull athlete since 2002, so you know that's a long time. It's 22 years.
That is.
22
I
years.
will not tell him you outed him at his age.
I guess a lady should never reveal her age.
Right. As I do believe, are we lined up for drifter number 1?
Hoping so. This is looking very promising.
So this is the starting gate, and you'll see the crew. There's a lot of crew, obviously, for safety and also for rules. So,
Yeah, I mean, Suhail Asma
there you go.
from Palestine.
Very cool story here. Suhail, they were going to, invite him because he is so good. They're going to invite him because there's obviously situation in Palestine right now. There was no qualifier, so he went to Jordan. He wanted to do it right. He said, "No, I'm going to compete." He ended up winning in Jordan.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. So
He's running an E46 with 2JZ with 800 brake horsepower. He's got Samsung sequential gearbox in there, and he's also on a 720. This car is set up as an E46 chassis, which means it's very adept at keeping things nice, tidy. So far, he's doing a great job getting himself round. He's really going to show where he's at. He's managed to get the flipper. This is nice, sort of managing across this.
did he get the first one?
Very tidy. Nice. Just missed it. Absolutely.
That's going to cost him, I want to say, going to cost him around 15 points. You do not want to hit the barrel.
No.
That is not it.
He's caught the barrel.
And he may have stalled out as well.
Oh, that's such a shame, because everything was going so nicely there. He was nice and precise as he was coming through the flippers. Obviously just missed the obstacle. He's come through there.
Okay. He's got started back up. That is one of the situations, maybe a little bit of nerves. It's also difficult to be the first drifter out.
100%. It's always, you know what, it doesn't matter what happens. Most of the drivers are always a little bit of nerves on the line. But so far, he's really got that car under control, sounding wonderful there. Out is definitely running the anti-air. Is something wrong with this car? Because
might be a little bit of a situation with keeping it started.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, this car normally has 800 brake horsepower, but he has might have an issue with this.
Is that what it could be? It could be.
Well, I'm just looking because the car is not it's not moving to angle very easily, so that would kind of tell us there's a steering problem or the handbrake not catching up. You can see there the car is pivoting the way it would normally.
If you're new to drifting, you want to keep it sideways. That's kind of the idea. Is you want to try to get sideways. Straight is not good. Straight is typically not good.
He's coming into the turbo. This is looking a little bit nicer. A little bit tentative. It feels like
very well done for those cones. That is not
yes.
Now you can hear that engine rolling.
Yeah, the 2JZ is singing straight into the. Oh, absolutely perfect there. Redeemed himself with that ending.
Strong.
That was finished out the run strong. I mean, I'm not sure if he will be completely happy with that, with a few things that happen, especially, I mean, getting a little bit stalled up behind the barrel, but it was a very solid end to the run there from Suhail Asbar. Yeah, I mean, let's see how the judges see it.
Once you like have one issue, it can kind of snowball and become a bigger issue. So I think once he went into that barrel, probably was like, and then maybe stalled out, something like that. But
yeah, it was tiny through here, you know, coming through the figure of 8 into the first flappers. I'm like calling them flappers, flippers. Yeah, this was all absolutely lovely.
I got you going on flappers now.
I know. I'm going to just get flappers.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was all absolutely brilliant. You know, just missed the obstacle there.
I wish that replay would have given us just a half second more so we could see it from that angle. But yeah, I think he completely missed that. Pendulum, we call that the pendulum, and
this was the beginning of his woes here.
I want to say maybe he noticed that he didn't hit that pendulum because that would make a big thud against your trunk, and so probably maybe was like, I missed that, and then going into the barrel.
I don't think so. I think maybe as you're coming through there, you're carrying a lot of speed, and then as he hit the barrel, I think the car stalled, and then he sort of like panicking to get it back moving again. But you know what? It happens. First car out the gate's very difficult. So well done to Suhail there for a run.
You'll notice that we're spending a little bit of extra time between Drifter 1 and 2, and that's because the ground crew has to come out, and they have to fix some things. They have to put the cones up, and they got to put the barrels and things like that. So all safety issues, but also, you want to make sure that the course is ready for the next drifter, and it's 100% the way it's supposed to be. And look at that, going straight in, and there is the score, 129 points. That doesn't mean anything to us much right now, but from my experience, that is not a great score, but it's not a horrible score. So we'll see where that lands him. By the way, we are about 24 drifters, and we will get this down to 10. We're looking for the final 10. So anything could happen as we look at the number 2 car, Mubarak Al-Dasari.
Yeah, do you know what? He was cracking me up. I was chatting to him earlier. He was like, it's a 350Z, it's a VQ, HR double intake. It's 300 horsepower, guys.
Only 300.
And there's lots of cars up here that have got 700, 800. I mean, E46 we just saw. That's an 800 brake horsepower, 2JZ. This guy, Mubarak, he's like, you know what? He's a big action sports guy. He loves it.
Little slow.
No, well, we've come out of the figure of 8. We've come to start the flipper flappers, whatever you want to call them. And unfortunately, it looks like he's having a bit of a technical issue here.
Yeah, this is not the parade route.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he can get something going here, but it looks like maybe messing with his gearbox. I don't know. Looks like he's trying to get into gear or something happening.
He's still in gear because he's rolling. I'm just not sure.
Or maybe he just decided to take the time. He's like, you know what?
There we go. The engine's turned off for a second. The lights have gone off. So see if there you go. She's back on. There you go. You can hear the VQ.
I say go
jumping into life.
I say go back around and restart.
I mean,
I would.
At this point, he's like, you know what? I'm just going to make it up as I go along with him. Well, he's back in the game.
A somewhat rocky start, but let's see if he too can finish up strong.
This is his first time in the World Final, so he's very excited to be here. And I'm just so impressed. He's out there ripping in his 350Z.
He's coming back around. I don't know if he's decided. Yeah, okay, here. So we're back into it.
They're all
first
very,
box.
very close there coming into the box.
But that's not bad.
That was good. 350Z's nice chassis as well. They move incredibly well. And it's not too longer wheelbase, you know? So, like, it's actually kind of nice the way it's easy to pivot the car and get it into these small spaces. We have an issue, do we know? It's fine, we're just on the handbrake.
Did go into the wall. Unfortunately, that will cost him some points.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
10 out of 10 for me for throttle. He's flat out there. Like I said, in the 300 brake horsepower.
I would just
VQ.
say he's doing better than I would. He's doing a lot better than I would. Yeah, gotta love him. Gotta love him. Get out there and do your thing. And don't give up. That's what I like about this. He's not giving up.
100%.
And horsepower is not everything, right? I mean, it just changes the way you want to drive and drift a car. You just got to do things a bit differently if you've got less horsepower.
A lot of cars a lot of people I spoke to are actually running slightly less horsepower for this track because, you know, the more horsepower means the faster you're going to pick up grip, which means the faster you're going to go, and to slow it down for these much tighter. Very good.
He had to get that last barrel,
just
right?
had to get, a slight punt on there.
Final run there from Mubarak Al-Dusari from Qatar. Probably going to want that run back. I'm going to guess he'd like to have a do-over, but you only get one chance. See what happens. Hey, nothing is impossible, but we are looking for a top 10. Opening the door, saying, well, probably saying goodbye to the crowd. Just be completely honest. Yeah. May not get another chance.
Do you reckon you could give this a go? Have you ever tried drifting?
I would never do it.
Believe in yourself.
I believe in
You know,
myself.
I'd give it a go.
I believe that I could not do it.
I would give it a go.
Here we go. This, I believe, will be the 4 car. Oh no, this is the replay. What am I doing?
I was just thinking that.
I was just like, what?
It's
Okay,
Mubarak.
here we go.
He got a DNF.
Oh, he got a DNF. How sad.
It's upsetting.
Especially since he did actually make it to the finish.
He just did it in his own time, you know, did it in his own way.
Well, okay. Well, I'm glad he did wave goodbye then. Unfortunately, we'll not be seeing Mubarak Al-Dusari. Now, I was talking about the next drifter. I do believe we have had a cancellation. So drifter number 3, we'll have to say goodbye to Majid Mustafa. I believe he had some issues with traveling. So you'll see his name come up, but he is not going to be participating due to rules with motorsports. We've got to put his name up there and then move on to drifter number 4, who is
Zakaria Zawan, coming all the way from Saudi Arabia.
It's not far.
It's not far from here at all. This is actually a very well turned out car.
It's beautiful.
I was having a chat with him earlier. This is obviously a 180. It's actually a 1.5J, guys. So that is a 2JZ bottom end with a 1Z head, which makes you a 1.5.
It's like you're speaking another language. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, all you need to know the basics. He's got 560 brake horsepower at the wheels. He's got Samsung, a sequential gearbox. It's, you know, he's well accomplished. He's a winner of Saudi Arabia car park drift, and he's the winner of drift in the Saudi Games. So very good driver. Let's see what he's got. He's running 255 street tires on the rear here, so he's got a lot of power to put through the back of the car. But this is nice and tidy. This is an S chassis. These pivot and turn and transition so nicely. So I'm looking forward to.
I'm just having fun with the smoke. Look at the smoke. I know nothing about what you're saying, but I think it's fantastic. Hey, make some comments in the comment section right now, wherever you're watching us. Oh, he missed it. He missed it by a paper's width, that pendulum. And
he's coming in nicely. Like, you see how he's just trying to control the speed, so he's on the handbrake and he's coming around. He has obviously got WiseFab on this car as well. WiseFab is what enables the car to steer so nicely. It enables the car to actually move to way more angle than you would have if you were on a stock lock kit.
You're learning to explain things to me. I appreciate
Sorry,
that. No,
I'm
it's
saying
good.
these words.
It's good.
What you'll see with a lot of these drivers is they are running WiseFab sequential gearboxes, 2JZs or V8 engines. I'll get you for it, Ben.
It's making me hungry for. I'll tell you, it's making me hungry for shrimp right now.
Yes,
for some reason, I want some shrimp.
You know what? Shrimp Nation is becoming a big thing. It's just started to hit the UK and America.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it's where that was very tidy, by the way.
Oh, that was
very
good.
tidy indeed.
Nice.
He's doing very well. He's making this look not easy, but he's definitely the smoothest we have seen so far. But still, no one yet to hit that pendulum. This is the biggest pull right here. You know, you're going to get a lot of speed as you're coming into the turbo. Let's see if he can tidily make his way through. Oh, a little bit, almost an over-rotation there. It was good, but he just carried a little bit too much speed. He needed to keep the momentum.
You'd be a very difficult teacher. You'd be a tough, teacher. You'd be not grading on a curve at all.
Brent, you know what? It's the first few cars out. This is all I've seen so far. But he's going to get it into the pot. Just in. Tidy.
He's probably going to get maybe 5 points on that. We'll see. The judges make that final determination.
You know, that was a very, very valiant effort.
It was clean. It was pretty clean. He's definitely going to wish he had hit that pendulum, because I think if he hits the pendulum, this is a very good score.
This is the best that we have seen.
Well,
so
this
far.
is the best we have seen, but that's not saying a whole lot.
Hey
and I know
now.
I'm being hard.
Hey now.
This is
Hey now.
look. This is not my first barbecue. Okay, I've done this stuff before, and I will tell you.
Hey now, that I've never heard that before. It's not my first barbecue.
You've never heard that?
No.
Again, American.
That's a cultural
it's
thing.
the American in me.
I'd say not my first rodeo.
Also that.
Rodeo, I understand. Barbecue, no.
All right.
All right, we're learning.
Also not my first rodeo, and I'm telling you, I am harsh but fair. I'm just fair with the drifters. Love these guys, and I know the talent that they have and what they can do, and I know how upsetting it is when they just miss something like a pendulum or a flipper.
You can see he's really working the car there. You can
That
really
was-
see how the car is snapping to angle. Like, these S chassis were born to drift.
Just missed that pendulum. I mean, with maybe an extra, I don't know, inch, 3 centimeters. I don't know. I can't do the can't do the empiricals. I can't do the.
Yeah, we're indifferent, aren't we?
Yeah. Just a small fraction of his bumper out, and
This was
he's
super
getting-
tidy coming through here. You know, he's really using the left foot brake to pin the car. That's what you have to do when you're coming in. You just keep your foot on the left foot brake to pin the car in nice and gently as you're going around the barrel there.
Yeah,
It's all very, very precise. It was good. I was
barrel,
impressed.
that
And like I
barrel.
say, coming through this middle section here, guys, you're picking up so much speed. This was lovely as well. He's coming in nice and tidy, get it nice and close. It's looking good.
Yeah, we'll get that score here in a second. Not much for the crew to repair there.
No,
He was very gentle on the course. We appreciate
yes,
that.
we do.
As we wait for that score, in the entrance, we have from Oman, our first Omani driver, playing with the home field advantage, Ali Al-Balushi.
Yes. Al-Balushi has driven in the OIDC. He's in a V8 650 brake horsepower LS3.
I know all those words.
You know,
I'm with
so
you.
LS3
I'm with you.
is
Yeah.
it's a V8.
It's the engine. It's the one that everybody. Isn't that like the
650
LS? That's the one that everybody wants to grab.
Yeah, well, LS, I mean, there's various different V8s that you can have, but LS is probably the most common that you would see in drift cars. But there's different ones. There's different variations. You've got LSX, LS7, you know, all the way
I
up.
want to say that is that a Chevy engine? Am I wrong about that?
Absolutely. It is correct.
It is a Chevy engine. Okay, see, I know a couple things.
Hey,
Most of that stuff you're saying, I have no
you're
idea.
learning,
Hey,
you're good.
yeah, comment wherever you're watching this right now. Could you comment below? Do you understand a thing that Becky's saying when she gets going on this this motorsports talk? Do you understand?
Hey, that's what you brought me in for.
I frankly, I didn't bring you in, but I'm so glad. Again, I'm so glad you're here. I've been asking for years. I'm like, it would be great because usually I do this alone. So and
Yeah,
it's
that's a
less-
lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of talking.
But this
Okay.
is good. This is good. I'm enjoying this. Like, this is what I love, though. You know, I get to come here. I get to chat about drift cars. I get to talk about the thing that I love. As I said, as a driver myself, I'm casting a critical eye over the course and what's happening. And having watched a lot of drifting, I love to see and come to different places in the world and see how they do it. So
Have you been to Oman before?
I have. I've been to Oman maybe twice or 3 times for the. Yeah, I know.
Have you ever been on vacation though, or
Not
as you guys
on
say,
vacation.
holiday?
I haven't. I will be on Sunday, but no, I've never been here for a holiday. We came here for 3 weeks though, but we had the 3 events, so weekend to weekend to
You
weekend.
must travel here. If you've never been to Oman, you must. As we finally get that score
277.
from Zakaria, that's a good score. I think 277 will do very, very well in this competition, this first round, as we try to get down to 10 finalists in round number 2. Now we are expecting
We were expecting.
Ali Al-Balushi. Now,
No, we are. We're all good.
You got him?
Then we got all good. We're all good. As I said to you, he's got that
Nissan Silvia, yeah?
180. Yeah, another one. These cars are very popular out here.
Our first Omani drifter. Again,
Yep.
you're going to hear a lot from the crowd right now. They're
All
expecting
right.
a lot.
You can hear the V8 off he pops. The great thing about V8s is this is naturally aspirated. It means you have all of that power at your right foot. You know, you're not dealing with turbos. You're not dealing with lag. He's not waiting for it to spool. All of that power, all 650 brake horsepower is at his disposal right now. Oh, very good. You can see that he's sort of flicking the car to angle, going through the
Very
flip
nice.
flaps. That's the new word for it, by
The
the way.
flip flaps.
See
Now
if
we're
he
going
can
flip
get-
flaps. Oh,
just
missed it.
missed.
We are
the
now
pendulum.
seeing how hard that pendulum is. That is obviously one of the most difficult things in this course. Whatever reason, getting that speed up and getting around to that pendulum is very hard for these guys.
You can see he's playing, you can hear it actually, he's playing with the throttle to sort of flick the car to angle, but he's keeping a very tidy line. It's impressive as he comes through that center section, building up a lot of speed, so he's going to have to really watch himself right now as he's coming in. But seems to me like he's got it all under control. That was very tidy, just touching the barrier with the rear quarter there, but very tidy indeed.
Going to cost him some points for that. As long as the judges see it, if the judges see it, definitely going to cost
that
some
was
points.
very, very nice coming to there. Did really well on the handbrake to bring the speed down, and it was very nice and tidy and tight next to the barrel. All right.
A little bit slower, a little gingerly through that little half roundabout turn.
This is looking good though. This is super fast. You know, he's coming into the turbo.
I think it's safe. You know, you want to be safe in this first round. Don't try to go too hard. I think it's a little bit of strategy, even if you think you could dominate this course.
This is very tidy, I will say. This is very nice to see how he gets on with that final park. Very good. I mean, that was a very good run, apart from missing the pendulum, and he had that slight touch on one of the boxes there, just a gnat's whisker over.
Right.
That's the only nudge of the barrier he had for that whole run. So very, very tidy run there. He should be very happy with that, Ali Al-Walushi. Let's see what the score comes in from the judges.
As we get the replay a little bit, yeah, he's going to be happy with it.
Oh, 100%.
And I think these guys, should. I mean, don't you think they should, be kind of careful? I mean, especially once you see the first couple of drifters have some issues. Like, well, if I don't mess anything up too badly, I can maybe get through this first round, and then I can really kick it up. Another thing about the course here, the first few drifters are actually putting some rubber down on the pavement. They're actually putting a bit of that rubber that will give others more grip, and you actually want grip when you're doing drifting. So the first few drifters actually don't have as much grip as the rest will, and so it's harder. And so you see these guys struggle a little bit early on. It's not necessarily just the nerves, but it also is a little bit of the physics, I guess, of how the tires kind of wear on this parking lot, which is what this is.
Well, absolutely. I mean, with this kind of track, as a layer of rubber is laid down, you do have the advantage later on. Oh, you can see we've got a score popped in there at 223.
Maybe not as much as
Zakaria, no,
would have
but
thought. Yeah, definitely not as much as Zakaria. So now we're starting to see, well, what is a good score? What is good, going to be enough for this first round?
we have here Haitham Hadidi, an Omani resident out here. He's 26 years old now. He's been a Red Bull athlete since 2016, but he was actually the winner of Red Bull Car Park Drift in 2016. It was the world final. He was only 18 at the time.
I remember this. I wasn't there, but he was 18, and he won it in his, his own home country.
Yeah.
And now a Red Bull athlete. How exciting is this?
Yeah, he's a very exciting driver to watch as well. Very committed on the throttle. Very nice and tidy through the first start here. He's actually managed to get that very nice and close. Get that front bumper just rubbing on the edge of the barrier there. Through the flip-flaps. I'm just going with it. You know what I mean? He's throwing the car to angle there. He's managed to capture all three. Let's see if he can be the first one to actually hit the pedal.
Yes.
Perfect job.
That is how it's done.
Very good.
You would expect that from a former king of drift.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But he's really putting on a show here, and that's exactly what this is all about. He's nice and precise, and the car has got, you can see it's just jumping forward when he hits the throttle there. This is very tidy.
And you expect this from a Red Bull athlete, right? I mean, you kind of do expect that. It's like, well, you got to make sure you play the parts.
You can see here also, I mean, the car is just backfiring. It's got really good smoke from it as well. It's making a lot of noise out there. He's going to get good points for this. Sound, smoke, precision. So far, not a single cone or barrier touch. So we will see what he's able to do. But see the front splitter flapping away there. Ooh, nice.
I don't think that's the point. You're not going to lose any points for.
And look how tidy that was. That was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. As far as I know, if you lose parts of your car, it's all good. As long as you make most of the car through the these obstacles, as you get that flapper there.
This is very good.
He's not being careful at all. I like it. I like it.
I'm enjoying this run, and it's very exciting for the crowd to watch as well. It's very noisy out there, and very nice and cozy and commentary,
but it is loud out there.
Slight hesitation coming to the inside section of the turbo there, but I'm honestly splitting hairs. This has been an incredible run from Hytham.
This might be. Let's see how he finishes up.
Whoa!
Not bad. They're going to measure that from the rear tire that is farthest out. I'm not sure he'll get any points for that. I'm not sure if the judges will give him any points, because that was a 0 on the outermost tire, and they look at the outermost tire, I believe, for those points. Otherwise, that was fantastic. That was amazing.
Very good job there by Hytham Al-Hadidi, the Omani driver.
And
a clinic, they would say.
Is that a clinic? Would you call it a clinic?
It is. Yeah, that is a clinic.
I reserve the right to call one of these runs a clinic. Wait, we'll just see. We'll see how we go.
So far.
If you're wondering about the order of the drifting in this first round, it was actually random. They drew ping pong balls, and then they put their own name in the big board out front. So it's all random. Later on in the next round, it won't be random. We'll go from the lowest score to the highest score. So for now, completely random. Also, these guys just had a couple of rounds yesterday to practice on this course. If you're wondering, well, how are they doing this so well? How do they know where to go? It's because they did have 2 practice rounds yesterday, but only 2. That's not a lot in something like this.
There's not a lot of seat time here, and especially, I mean, it's fine if you're here running your regular car that you would use to compete at these events, but if you are, I keep saying, if you're using a rental, then you might need a little bit more time to adjust. I mean, there are some drivers here that normally drive right-hand drive, now driving left-hand drive, different engine packages.
Never thought about that.
Etc., etc. Yeah, I'm pretty sure one of our drivers later on, who's coming all the way from South Africa, he is normally driving right-hand drive. He's now just had to jump into a left-hand drive. So
okay, so I got to tell you something. Since as we see Hytham scored 293, that was fantastic. So he right now is in the lead, taking over for Zakaria from Saudi Arabia. So hometown favorite is currently in the lead in round 1. I was going to tell you, driver is a dirty word. We don't say driver here. We only say drifter. So now I'm going to make a, you know the swear jar? Have you ever heard of a swear jar?
I'm getting a slap on the wrist here.
No. You know the swear jar?
Yeah.
You're going to have to put you know what a rial is? Is a Qatari rial? You have to put 1 in every time you say driver.
I'm launching a protest. All right, just leaving the line right now. That's Rafat Haroon in his Toyota GT86. I mean, this guy, I was chatting with him earlier, he's a grandfather.
He's a grandfather.
He sure is.
He doesn't look it.
No, I know. Just missed the first flip flap, but
wow, he's showing they didn't miss. He didn't miss all of those.
He's full throttle. He's full commitment.
Yeah, he's a little.
Just unfortunately misjudged that there. Was a little bit deep on the flip flaps. Managed to miss the pendulum, but here we go. He's coming in nice. He's coming in hot. This is impressive. From
Jordan, Rafat is an excellent drifter. So he's just having maybe not the best run of his career. I don't know if you know, Jordan is extremely competitive when it comes to drifting. And we have a couple different drifters from Jordan tonight. And yeah, Rafat's probably going to want some of this back. But he's making great sound. He's got the smoke. He's got the look. It looks like he's kind of back in it.
He sure is. I mean, you can see he's really getting to grips with having to slow down coming into some of these. I mean, there he kind of lost drift a little bit there. But this is not his first rodeo or barbecue, whichever you want to use. He's competed in the finals 3 times. In 2015, and he was in Dubai, he came 3rd. Also in 2016 in Oman and Lebanon in 2018, and he came 4th in Oman actually. So he's no stranger to this type of event.
He just hasn't taken the crown.
He hasn't taken the crown yet. But this might not be his night with that first flip flap section. But
we get to this final part here in a second. We'll see.
Alrighty.
If we can finish it out.
Tidy.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah. I want to say, if we go back to the replay, it was exactly when you called him out for being a grandfather when things started going wrong.
Hey, now, call him out.
Yeah. So it's possible.
I'm on the drifter's side.
I'm not saying that it was your fault, but potentially was your fault, actually.
No, Joe, I think I know what happened there. You can see he's left the line. He's got a lot of wheel speed as he was coming out the box there. And I think he probably just carried a little bit too much momentum as he came into the flip-flaps, because this was all looking grand.
Great, great figure eight,
good,
fantastic.
but, right now he's carrying a lot of wheel speed, and the car is carrying a lot of momentum. So as he came in, crack.
Oh, just overcompensated, maybe?
Not overcompensated, just overcooked.
Overcooked.
Yeah.
I'll have to think about that one.
You see, he tried to come into the pendulum.
Didn't even bother. He didn't even bother on that part.
I get it. It's just that he was trying to handbrake in, and the car straightened a little.
He saw that it was impossible, and it's like, you know what, we're gonna miss this one. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. There's so much going on when you're driving these cars. You've got 6 inputs. You've got steering input, throttle input. You've got clutch input, front brake, hand brake. There's so much going on.
It's like playing the drums, right?
It's even more so. Like it's a dance. You're trying to make sure that everything goes in the right sequence. So you know what? It might look easy to aim for that pendulum, but actually he's on the handbrake. He might be on the foot brake. He might also be then trying to keep the car on boost. So he's keeping the revs up. There's a lot of footwork involved. There's a lot of steering involved. So. They make it look easy.
Ended up with the score. It does not look easy. There's nothing about this that looks easy. But he did end up with a score of 194, which puts him on the lower side of things right now. But at least he did finish. As we see Jim McFarlane from South Africa, right?
What a brilliant guy! I actually was out in South Africa with him a couple of weeks ago at the BMW M Fest. But he is a brilliant stunt driver, and he is in a car that he has borrowed. The Altezza, as we see it before us. He said to me he was having a few issues with it, so let's see how he gets on here. He's a brilliant driver, so I know that he's going to try and do the best possible run he can. But as I say, it's quite difficult when you're not in a car that you know particularly well. And as you said, 2 runs only. It's a V8 Altezza. You can see the car is just not getting out to the obstacles.
He missed a couple of... you know what? He did. Now, the thing is, the judge is going to go back and look and see if he hit it with the rear part of his car, the pendulum. You have to hit with the rear part, not the front. Or the side. It's got to be the rear.
This car doesn't look to be moving too easily. That could be the grip setup with the chassis. He's still pushing, but unfortunately, you can see there as he came out, he knocked a few barrels over. Getting some speed up. He's going to have to make sure he's on the handbrake, get the car to slow down. There's a lot of movement inside there. He's offline. It's not looking like the most comfortable drive for Jim McFarlane there.
There's also a lot of physicality when it comes to, just look inside. I mean, they are muscling their way through these things. You know, you've got so much grip on that steering wheel, and you really have to fight the car as unfortunately hits.
But when a car is set up nicely, you don't have to fight it, which tells me that this car is not set up comfortably for Jim here, because normally when he's drifting, he's extremely smooth, and the fact that I can see him kind of fighting the steering wheel here tells me that this car is not fun to drive right now. But he's doing the best he can with the tools he has. Coming into the turbo here, you see that the car just doesn't want to go to angle. It's like it's got too much grip, but he's still going. You see, it's not smooth.
No, it's definitely, there's definitely a situation we're not sure what it is as he wraps up.
Very good.
That was actually
perfect.
Very, very good. Look at that, Jim McFarlane, South Africa. Not going to be, of course, happy with that.
Coming all the way from Joburg.
Oh, could you imagine? Now, we've actually had him before in previous World Finals, and I want to say it was last year he had a mechanical issue that took him out. So he did at least make it through the round. We'll see what kind of score he can work up here and see if he will be pushed through to the final 10. It is an uphill battle, though, for him.
For sure. I mean, these scores are actually out of 300. So if you look, you want to be looking at the higher end of the 200s to get a good score to make sure that you make it down into that final 10, and then obviously that final 5. At the moment, obviously, Hytham Hadidi with 293. That's just 7 points off perfect. That's going to be very hard to beat.
Yeah, that is a great score. So.
I don't think that Jim will be happy with his score from this, but I can see there's a lot going on inside the car there, so it'd be great to catch up with him later and find out what the crack is.
And you'll also, You'll also see this one is going to take a little extra effort as well for the ground crew because there's a lot to set back up after that run. There's quite a few barrels and cones and wall segments and things that need to be repositioned. We'll just take a moment here as we wait for the next drifter in beautiful Muscat, Oman. Here again for the Car Park Drift World Finals with Red Bull. And we have a capacity crowd here around this circuit just eating it up. They're loving it. And if you've never seen it live, again, make an effort. See some drifting. It's one of those sports. Again, it started in Japan years and years and years ago that the Middle East has just embraced.
100%. We have a very healthy competitor list from the Middle East. As we can see, another driver from Kuwait, Ali Maqseed. He is one of our Drift Masters drivers, actually topping qualifying in Spain. So this is a driver that certainly knows how to drive. Let's have a look, see what he makes of this. This is actually a very powerful car, this GT86. He has competed in this car all around the world. This is a car that he actually brought to Drift Masters. So
first drifter actually to hit the figure eight. I want to point that out. No one has hit the figure eight before, so he does have that distinction.
The front wheel. We look like we've got a steering arm off. That is absolutely a disaster for him. Can you see the right-hand side front wheel? What is happening, guys and girls? There's absolutely no steering happening whatsoever.
He's doing very well for that situation. Look at him go, though. I've never seen this where you say that's the steering.
You have to understand what is happening right now. That front wheel is not attached. There is nothing as far as turning right. I was waiting for this run to stop because I was like, how is this guy going to carry on?
He was still going.
You see he's just turning the steering wheel left to right. He's wondering what on earth is going on. The steering arm seems to have completely detached itself.
I will say that he had all the momentum, and I think the momentum was just keeping him going, and he was doing so well. He was doing so well for not having part of his car attached. That
is a disaster for Ali Maqseed because there is a driver that would absolutely want to put on a show, and unfortunately this is a fairly major mechanical that's happened. I mean, he's lost all steering to the front right.
Well, they're gonna have to help him out because that car is not moving. So
she's gonna need to be picked up.
Oh, I like that. You call her a she. You call all cars she. Is that true?
Unfortunately, that slips in. I've got an S15 and it's always a she to me.
S15.
S15. That is a Nissan Silvia. It's an S chassis. So one of the most. We'll see a couple of them coming out tonight, but it's a very popular engine and chassis package.
Interestingly, I do not believe, for those in North America watching the stream, I don't believe the Nissan Silvia is there. I don't think it's marketed in North America. And I'm not sure exactly what it would be called in the U.S. Maybe you could mention in the comments down below. What is a Nissan Silvia in North America?
Yes, they know it as a Silvia over there, honestly.
Is it?
In North America, yeah, absolutely. I mean, lots of drivers have Nissan Silvias. I mean, James Dean.
I'm Googling it.
James Dean, who won the 2017, 18, 19, and 24 full-time U.S. champion. I mean, this year he did win it in a Mustang, but 3 years in a row, and Nissan Silvia S15 was dominant. So, I mean, Silvias, depending on which camp you're in, E-chassis or
James Dean,
Silvias.
the actor? Are you talking about the actor?
Absolutely not. I'm talking about the drifter. So the winningest drifter, I think, in the history of the sport is called James Dean, and 4 times. He's actually been here in Oman. He's won the OIDC 3 times, American Championship 4 times, European 7 times. I mean, yada, yada, yada. The man's got 20 championships under his belt, but he used an S15 to win the US Championship 3 times in a row with a 2JZ in it.
The S15 is now legal to import into the United States as of 2024.
Well, there you have it. That means that all the cars and parts are about to go up in price, my friends.
That's
Because
from
as soon as the US gets past the 25-year rule, you just watch all of the nice cars go up in price.
I was just saying, I've never heard of a Silvia until I came into this sport, actually, until I started commentating on the Red Bull Car Park Drifts. It was one of those things like, I wonder what that is. That must be one of them foreign cars.
It must be one of them foreign cars. I can't even do your accent, so let's not.
Don't try.
Don't try. Can you do an English?
It literally lowers your IQ, at least 10 points if you try to do my accent.
I feel like I've said hey now, but hey now.
No, I'm saying don't be me. I'm just saying don't be me. You can do better than me, kids.
Right.
A great look at this. And look, I'm going to call that a 3-scoop ice cream cone.
Well, you see, the thing about this track that's very clever is it's a big space, but the way they have had it set up is that you can have so many different layouts. I mean, you can either have a big run in from the left to the right to a big sweeping right-hander. This is used for tandem drift, so it's actually super exciting when we use this track for tandem drifting.
As you see Ali Maxid in the car waving to the crowd, that's the way you go out. It's not the way you want to go out, but that's the way Ali is going out, and I appreciate that. Good attitude, despite ending his night here early in Muscat.
Yeah, that's a disaster for him, really.
Yeah, that's going to be a DNF.
That's not ideal.
Sure, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So we've already had 2 DNFs in this first round of drifting.
All right, we are. What car was that? That was car number 9.
And
So
again, you will probably see Lucas Garrett. I don't know if they flashed his name up. I didn't notice. Lucas qualified in the UAE and was not able to make it today. I believe he had some mechanical issues. So we move on to Jamaica, man.
we have Cleve Otti all the way from Jamaica in a Mark IV Supra here. This is another borrowed car, but Cleve actually won the Red Bull Car Park Drift in Jamaica in 2023, which is why he's managed to bag himself a spot into the finals. Coming into the flip-flaps there.
Missed the first, second, and got the third one.
He got the third one.
33.3%.
Right. You see that he needs a little bit more fluidity to enable the car to be sort of getting around the course. He really needs to be swinging the rear of the car, but that was a little bit of an overshoot there. Overcooked it just that little bit. Drivers really trying to figure out very quickly the grip levels and also their cars. That was nice coming through there.
Got through the 360 very nicely, actually. And maybe this is part of that not being...
Oh, no.
He decided to do a donut.
That's not what we wanted to do. Has he forgotten which way he's got to go? Is that what's happened here?
I think that's what it was, because this course is so large. It's easy to get lost. It's easy for us because we got this amazing drone overhead view as he hits that barrel.
Just nudged the barrel there. This car has got 580 brake horsepower. I mean, this guy is used to driving a Toyota Starlet. I mean, what a great car. 4AG. Oh, you see a straighten there. He's on the handbrake. The car has unfortunately left sideways drift and straightened, which I don't know if it's the same rules here as it is in drifting, that a straighten is not great for the points.
Is not great.
Not great for the points.
As I say, keep it sideways.
That would be a 0 in tandem drifting if you were to have a big straighten like that, especially you get to talk to the points. But look, Cleve's having a good old go at it. He said to me that he was having small braking issues. He said the foot brake, the pedal was going to the floor, so I don't know if that's what happened just there, that maybe, because you do use a bit of front brake just to dip the nose of the car in. And keep control of the behavior of the front end, because you want to put when you're coming into the box here, you want to put the weight over the front end and make sure that it stops.
Unfortunately hit that wall. I'm not sure. I think that makes 0 points for that final go, but came a long way. Cleve Otte from Jamaica. We'll see. Anything can happen. I mean, we do have a lot of drifters to go, and we've had a lot of low scores, so anything can happen. He can still make it through, but definitely going to wish he could go back through those flappers, because he missed the first 2 of 3 of those. Went through the figure 8 very nicely, but then the problems began here. And
just didn't let the car float out wide enough, and then a little bit tentative, and then does manage to get it out
very nicely. Yeah.
And then he's coming in. Just needed to keep the power down and just let the car float out just a little bit wider. But you can see here he was super committed, and he was like, overshot it.
Well,
so he had to make his way back, which is all time that you need to be not losing.
And the speed and time, in case you're curious, as far as those being factors, they're kind of not. We're not. This isn't a race. This is not. And I'm speaking to anyone who's not seen this before. And there's that unnecessary donut, but I liked it. It's not a race.
You don't get extra points for that.
No, you don't. I don't believe. In fact, that is a very low score. 83 points for Cleve from Jamaica. I do believe, other than our DNFs, that is the lowest.
Do you believe that Cleve has got 83 points?
Wow. Have we already got into that loopy? I would think loopy starts in round 2. Usually you don't get loopy in round 1, but I realize it is a long night. It is. It's been you had a flight from London, was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I came from Dubai.
I'm having fun. Oh, there was that unfortunate streak in there. I am having fun. I'm enjoying this. Like, normally I'm out there running around, so to sit and watch and enjoy it from a rather comfortable seat. You know what? I'm happy.
I like going back and watching these lives and looking at all the comments.
Oh God,
I do.
Yeah.
I
can't look at the comments.
Oh, don't do it. It's the worst. I love it, but also it's like, oh.
Guys, be kind. Be kind.
Yeah.
I'm
give it to
fun.
me.
I'm having fun.
It's usually like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm like, you're right.
Well, the thing is, like, they can't say anything nasty if you're like, well.
I know. It's like, hey, I own it. But I love it. I love the sport, and Red Bull is just the perfect partner for something like this. Red Bull, starting this so long ago in 2008 in Lebanon and making this safe for, young people, older people, anybody who wanted to learn the sport of drifting. It's like, you know what? Let's put this in a safe environment. We'll make it even a competition. We might even give you a trophy if you're really good. And that's where it kind of started. And now, look, it's worldwide. It's all over, not only the Middle East. We have some competitions in Europe. We've got some very exciting drifters from Iraq later on. We have our first ever Iraqi who actually won his competition in Iraq that has come. We've had Iraqis before in the competition. However, for the first time ever, someone won in Iraq that will be competing tonight, which is super cool. And I hear their competition in Baghdad was amazing with a huge crowd. As we, again, take a look at this massive layout, and we can see Greater Oman there, Muscat in the distance. It's beautiful.
It's super cool. I love coming here. You just have so much culture and brilliant food and wonderful people, and then you just have this wicked track layout in the middle of... It's actually very close to the airport.
It is. Actually, it was an 8-minute drive. Yeah. 8 minutes.
There you go, guys.
In my taxi.
You want to pop on over?
Yep.
Fly yourself in. Get yourself on over. Look at the crowds now. I was watching the stand start to fill up, but it's brilliant to have a full house here tonight. It really adds to the atmosphere. I love drifting at night. It's got such an energy to it,
This is unusual for me, at least. We have had some nighttime King of Drift competitions, the finals. We don't normally do it at night, but I believe I want to say in Kuwait, years ago in Kuwait, maybe 2017, perhaps 2018, that was at night. It's a whole different vibe, though. It is... a lot of times the drifters will have some issues with sun, especially as it gets closer to sunset.
Definitely.
And so they'll kind of maybe lose their view. So it's a whole different kind of experience. I think from the cockpit, from behind the wheel, these guys are experiencing something a little bit different, a little bit maybe more challenging. I don't know.
No, well, let me tell you, like if you were trying to drive in the heat of, the heat of the day, the cars are getting heat soaked. These vehicles are running high horsepower, short gear ratios. The cars get really hot because you're putting a lot of power. You're only using the first couple of gears. And if you were in the heat of the day, it's very easy to get heat soaked. Then you start losing power. That's not ideal. So they're waiting until the sun comes down. It's a little bit cooler. The engines have more, can have more oxygen to keep them running great.
And also, there's no air conditioning in these drifting cars.
Well, I tell you where there is air conditioning, Brent.
Huh?
I tell you where there is air conditioning.
Tell me.
Right here at 16 degrees.
I'll tell you, there's an air conditioner right next to us. It is on 16, and it is blowing cold, and it is unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
Come here. We're having fun.
Yeah,
we're just taking a short ad break right now, so we'll...
Are we talking through an ad break? I think this might be my first experience talking through an ad. Hey, look at that Nissan. Look at that all-new Nissan X-Trail.
All right, people, we are back after that short ad break. We have managed to...
Did you get the AC fixed?
No, but
okay.
we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Let me give you the rundown. We are trackside, but we're not outside because these drifting cars are so loud, right?
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to hear ourselves
No.
speak or think. They love a bit of anti-lag out here in the Middle East, and that definitely makes for talking on a microphone quite difficult.
I'll tell you.
As I found out before.
I'll tell you, one of the coldest summers you will ever spend is a winter in the Middle East.
I've never actually been out here during the winter, which is crazy.
It's beautiful. The thing is, it's beautiful outside, but the air conditioning stays on, and so it does get quite crispy inside, especially.
Well,
my actual career is in radio, and I'll tell you, studios are legendary for being extremely cold.
yeah, I'm finding that out real quick.
Yeah.
Well, we are back here, as you can see here, the Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final in Oman. We are at the Oman Automobile Association. We've got some wonderful partners helping us make this event happen.
I would love to know who they are.
Well, we have Nissan, Red Bull Mobile, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Youth, Virgin Oman Radio, Ministry of Heritage and Tourism, and Mubashir.
Yes.
So, look, we have wonderful partners, and of course, a big thank you to Red Bull for making this happen and putting me on a plane so I can sit and chat with you, Brent, and talk all things drift cars.
Isn't it crazy? This is just, it's the coolest job. It's, I don't know, again, love Red Bull, love what they do. But for them having, me so many years and me not knowing what I'm doing, it's so cool.
It's impressive.
Yeah. It's like my life. It's my life story.
I don't think I'd last that long.
It's my life story of just falling into success.
Well, some people are just born like that. They're like the cat that always lands on its feet.
I think
that for sure is not my life story.
I think I would hate me. I would hate me if I was wanting to get into this business.
All right.
This is now, I would say
John.
Juan, but it's not Juan.
It's not. It's John Stemmert. John Stemmert coming all the way from Cape Town in South Africa in this BMW E30. I was having a chat with him earlier. The car.
Yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about his.
Are we back?
His chat.
Can you hear me?
Your chat.
All right. We have left the line.
Sorry.
John Stemmert out here in the E30, looking to put on a clinic. He's got a point to prove quite nicely through the figure 8 here. Let's see if he can get the flip flaps.
This is an older BMW, isn't it?
It is. It is. Over rotation.
Wow.
That's so upsetting. Unfortunate moment there for John. He will be very frustrated with that. This is his first left-hand drive experience. Remember, I was telling you that some cars are having to compete in a car that they haven't really driven before, and he's on the other side of the car, and oh no, another over rotation. This is not going great for John right now.
Do you think that is a left-hand drive situation?
I mean,
he's not used to drifting in that direction very often.
It depends on the setup of the car. It is very disorientating if you're used to driving a right-hand drive car, and he absolutely is. He's normally driving an S13 V8, and he's in a 2JZ turbo car, which means there's a lot of footwork involved. And
in South Africa,
it's his
just
first
like
left-hand drive.
Yeah, in South Africa, just as in Britain, you drive on the left side of the road, correct?
In South Africa, you are on the left. I'm trying to remember now.
Wow.
The only good thing is that he is driving an E30, and the E30, the Gusheshe, as they are known very affectionately out in South Africa. This is very fitting for John. However, this E30 doesn't seem to be playing ball. This is difficult. But he's got the flip flap there.
It's just a little car, and so I think if you overextend yourself, you're just going to end up, going too far, and you're not going to be happy with what you're doing. But
I feel like John is probably fighting the setup here with this car. He's still learning as he goes, and you have to give these guys a big pat on the back. Like it takes a lot of skill, and it also takes a lot of bravery to go out there and try and put on a show, especially if you're not too comfortable in your car. I know myself.
Look at the cannon, though, coming out of his hood.
Yeah,
look
the
at that.
exhaust there, absolutely popping away.
That's.
I mean, I looked at the car. I said, just can you pop the bonnet for me so I can take a look? It is the highest turbo setup I've seen in a very long while. Big turbo, hanging out the top of a 6-cylinder 2JZ, and that exhaust is just coming up through the bonnet there. Very noisy.
It's an unusual setup, right?
Yes and no. I've seen it a few times, but again, I guess It's unusual for you.
I mean, it is for me. I think it would be distracting if you're driving down the highway and you've got your muffler.
Yeah,
firing off
this
shots.
is where it kind of all went down here. Oh, that's so frustrating. I know that feeling as well when you come in on the handbrake, and if you aren't controlling the steering enough, the steering wheel just flips out of your, it just spins out of your hand.
Yeah. And you got all the people of Muscat watching you as well. Did you see how gingerly he hit the pendulum? I think he
was coming in on the handbrake, and you know what I will say is when you've just had a spin like that, and unfortunately you have another one here, it takes a lot to not lose your head and collect yourself back up, collect your thoughts, and get back into the game. So he was probably just coming in a little bit gingerly, like you say, but at the same time, he did just spin, so he's just like, oh no, I need to get back, I need to claw some points back.
I bet more than a couple curse words were said during this run inside that car.
Drifting what makes you swear, trust me.
Yeah. This is obviously not easy, and this is the top of the sport. And then you get here, you get to the finals, you get a chance to be the king of drift, and then you get 132 points. John Stimmett.
Yes, that isn't an ideal score, but it's still a score on the board.
Have you been keeping track? I hope someone has been keeping track of the
Course.
points. Good. Where does that put John? Do we know that puts him somewhere toward the lower end?
Towards the lower end. We've just Cleve got 83, and then John Stimmett got 134. Was that?
As you see, Shaheen Bakr from Iraq.
Yes, one of the 2 Iraqi drivers that we have on the grid. Very exciting. This is the first time that an Iraqi driver has been able to drive outside of Iraq, so we're really happy to have him here. You know what? All drivers should be able to drive everywhere, so it's really great to have.
I believe it's the first time we've had a qualifier from Iraq actually be able to compete in the finals. So, and the event apparently was massive. It was extremely well received in Baghdad. He missed the flapper there. This is a huge car. Is it just my imagination? Is this car bigger?
No, it's quite small. It's an S13.
Is it?
Yeah, S13 180.
It looks good. Maybe it's the yellow.
Slight overcooked there. I love the yellow on a car. Just as we can see, you can see by the smoke and the throttle commitment, you can hear it.
So much smoke.
There's a lot of smoke.
He's going to get all his smoke points.
Yeah, he is.
Coming around to the first box. A long way to get there.
He's on the lock stops there, trying to get the car off angle and into the box. This is a little bit messy.
Nudge that barrel, that'll cost him as well. Doesn't matter how hard you hit it, if you hit it, that's going to lose you some points. All the way to the opposite side of the course to get to that second box, which is more challenging than the first, but he did that one very
nice.
well.
You know, this is...
Can't even see. Can't even see, there's so much smoke.
He was the winner of the car park. We said that, didn't we? There's a winner of car park drift 2023 in Iraq. And this S13 280, great horsepower. See, I think to myself, what is the sweet spot? Because if you have too much horsepower, then you're picking up too much speed, and then you're having to really manhandle the car to slow it down. You've got to have that fluidity. If you've got more power, more speed. Oh, we're taking out a few cones here. More power, more speed, then you really are going to have to be judging correctly how long you need to be on the handbrake, and it's a real skill. It's a real skill. Oh, just missed.
That is not the way you want to wrap it up. Unfortunately for Shaheen.
Parking box there.
I mean, talking about horsepower, we're guys, and we just want to see that big number. It's just, we want all the horsepower we can get. Whether it
what
costs
horsepower
us...
does your car have?
I don't even know. Don't ask me.
Yep.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, we just want all the horsepower. So you just want to see that. And even if it affects your performance,
well,
you're like,
I'm telling you right now, this track is, this layout, you want to be slightly lower horsepower, I would say, just so that you don't get that wheel speed up too high and you're just carrying way too much momentum as you're coming into these quite tricky obstacles and moments. So
that was number 14. You'll notice we didn't have a number 13. That is because we don't have a Drifter 13. We never have a Drifter 13. We like to keep that number out of our competition. So that means we are just over halfway through with this first round. What a massive field of drifters we have tonight. It is the biggest ever. If you're just turning on the stream, thank you so much for having us around the world. You are here for the Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final 2024 from the Sultanate of Oman. Beautiful Muscat, and we're halfway through this competition, and we're still looking as Shaheen Bakr from Iraq only gets a 71.
Alrighty, 71, and this is out of 300 points available to the drivers. Oh, I said driver again, didn't I?
You've said it so many times, I lost
count.
count.
No, they are dry. I'm not. Do you know what? I'm gonna get your rule book and throw it out the window.
Well, it's not my rule book, as you see Tarek there from Oman, hometown.
Yeah, absolutely. These are two brothers, actually. There's only one car on the line right now, but regularly when we see them at the OIDC, we have the Shahani brothers. One is in an S15, which is so loud, and then we also have the S30, which is also extremely loud. So he's going to be getting a lot of sound points here.
Which one do we have?
We have Tariq Shahani.
No, the car is which one?
This is an S. Listen to that. It's an S13. He's recently just had a rebuild on the engine. It was an A before. Can you hear how loud that is? It's running a Magnuson supercharger there now. It's one of the loudest cars I've ever heard in my life.
Also like how he drives with his headlights on. Safety first.
Yeah. Well, I love the little pop-up headlights. This is very good though. He's managing to get through the flip-flaps. Nice. Keep it out there. Keep it pit.
Got that pendulum. Nice.
So, did he actually hit it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was the wind.
I'm gonna call it. I'm talking 7 years experience here. 8 years experience here.
Yeah, well, this car is 700 horsepower. He's competed in the car park drift before, though, and he's also he's not running any anti-lag on this, but he's looking good. He's looking good. There's a lot of smoke, a lot of speed.
Just looking out over the course, when these guys get some of the smoke going, sometimes you can't even see. I don't know how they see where they're going.
Be grateful there's not two cars on the track, because trust me, when there's two cars running time and not here, it is. Listen to the noise of that thing. He's floating it in on the handbrake. Has he got it right? Just
wow.
Slight overcut. I was thinking then as he was coming flying in, he was committed on the throttle. He just had to float the car in on the handbrake, and he was judging it. You don't want to leave it too late on the brakes. You're going to hit the barriers too early.
Unfortunately, Tarek is driving angry now. I believe he's driving angry.
I think the car just sounds angry.
Once you start making mistakes and they start to pile up, that was very good though. I'm going to say, felt good about that.
Committed is the word I would use.
This isn't the best run. It's sort of a mixed bag. Let's see how he finishes.
Oh,
that was great. That was great.
Very good.
An applause.
You can see that Magnuson supercharger just popping out the bonnet there. Tidy car, tidy-ish run, but very good effort there from Tariq Shahani.
A bit of a mixed bag, but I feel like he's going to be okay. I'm not a judge. I think he's going to be okay. Sometimes you just watch some of these runs and you think, you know what? That's all right. I think he's going to be all right. Tons of smoke.
Oh, well, you get points for it, don't you? So
you do, but it's not like
I'm trying to think to myself,
points.
I'm trying to think how I would approach this. You know what? You want to come out the gate, you're flat, you're probably in second gear. That's the other thing. Like, these cars are running real short gear ratios, so if third is too long and second is too short, you're having a disaster because you're having to upshift as you're coming through that center section there. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of driving involved in this. I think that Abdo has done a really good job of creating a layout and a course which tests the different faculties of our drifters.
I think he's good job. I think he's Abdo is probably at a restaurant or something. He has a napkin, and he just look at that 258 points for as much criticism as you gave him, Becky.
Did I give him credit?
You did. I think you did. I think you were a little harsh. Usually I'm the harsh one. I feel like you were harsh.
Well, I was just, okay. I mean, all right, I'm going to take accountability. I'll take accountability. This is Al Vader coming all the way from Estonia. This was he won the Estonian car park drift. And now he finds himself in this 4-door E90.
That's really that almost looks showroom ready, right? It looks like Al just drove from Estonia just to Oman.
It is a tidy vehicle, but this is a big vehicle. Remember, guys, this is a 4-door. This is a 4-door E90.
He's got the family in there. I heard his family's in there.
Yeah,
that's why I heard.
Definitely fit him in. in. This is a 2JZ turbo car with 825 brake horsepower. It's got 6-speed stock gearbox, which is also interesting. He was saying earlier that he needs to take his time a little bit because as the gearbox gets hot, you can hear the car on the rev limiter. He must be sticking her in second and forgetting, set and forget.
Yeah, I mean, why do you need another gear?
Because you need to get out to the pendulum there.
You found the best gear. Why? I don't need to change gears. The second is great.
Oh, big car, big car.
Yep. 4-door. Now, why would you select a car that is 4-door? It just seems...
Well, you know what? This is a rental car, so he's taking what he can get right now.
I'm telling you.
It's a Jordanian car, actually.
He's not going to get his deposit back, I'm telling you right now.
No, he's not made any dents just yet, but you can definitely hear his commitment to the rev limiter there.
Oh, just a bit of loss of motion. You don't want to stop.
Yeah, but he was maybe trying to get it back into second gear. Yeah, as I said, he told me earlier he was having a little bit of trouble with the car. He actually said that the alternator decides to not charge sometimes. It overheats a little bit. The handbrake drags a little bit. So,
it's a fixer-upper.
He's having a great time. That's all that matters.
He really is. I mean, it's a cool-looking car, I got to say. Not that the others aren't.
It's probably one of the least branded cars out there. It's quite a sleek look. Can you just take that corner in there just real quick?
Just a ride. Took a cone for a ride. Yeah, could somebody get this guy a sponsor?
Right.
I feel bad for him.
No, he's out here just having some fun. He won Estonian car park drift. He's renting a car. He's having a go.
But how much does a magnet cost? I mean, somebody get a magnet. Well, like just throw a magnet on the side of the door. Give the guy some money. I'm just saying, give the guy some money. As he took out the wall at the end, I really think he was just kind of over this whole thing. So he just said, you know what?
I was baffled by the fact that you had a magnet.
Well, you could just put a magnet on the side of the car, and then you get a sponsorship.
It's a sticker, right?
No, a lot of them are magnets actually, because then you don't damage the paint or anything.
I just don't believe you.
Look. I'm done talking about magnets. All right? I'm done.
Anyway, so Almeida there making his debut.
And by the way, he hit the wall at the end. I want to go back to my previous statement that said he is not getting his deposit back for that rental.
For sure, unless he took the extended insurance. But that's some of the details. It was a promising start coming out of the start box there. Had the car swinging side to side, very nice and comfortable, but just not quite out far enough to hit the pendulum. There she was.
That's a hard one.
And a slight.
I think because they have so much ground to cover between the pendulum and the next thing, they're just not getting sideways. They're just choosing. Are they choosing not to get the car sideways fast enough?
It's grip. It's down to your grip levels. Like at the end of the day, if the car is set up with too much grip, that could be down to how much load there is on the suspension, or even down to how much tire pressure that you have in the car. If you're going too low PSI, that's giving the car too much contact patch on the tires to the ground, which means you're going to have too much grip, which means the car is going to stall up way quicker. It's not going to flow out to the obstacles and to the technical parts of the track, which is what you want. But it's a fine line, it's a balance. And like I said, these guys have had 2 runs in their rented cars, and sometimes it's a hard game. It's a hard game.
As you take a look at Muqtada Adel from Iraq, if you couldn't tell by the wrap on his old school, that's an old school BMW as well, right?
That's an E30, absolutely.
That's beautiful. I love it.
You love the old school E30s.
I do.
Yeah, me too.
Because it's a sport where you don't have to spend a lot of money on your car until it comes to that massive engine, of course.
I was about to say that was like.
But a little bit of a hesitation there out of the figure 8. But it looks like he's got it going again. I just want to see one of these older BMWs get through to some of the final rounds, because it doesn't usually happen for whatever reason.
Just lost the boot lid there.
That's okay, but did he hit the pendulum?
No, I don't think he did.
I think maybe the piece that flew off hit the pendulum.
Doesn't count.
I think it might count. I don't know.
That was such a shame there.
Let's go to the judges and find out. If a piece of my car does hit the pendulum, do I still get the points?
Did you get points deducted? Oh,
trying to get it. And it was the rear end, I believe, that came off.
Well, it was the boot lid that decided to deposit itself as he came into the pendulum there. He's coming in
to the first box and not.
You can hear already that this obviously has a V8. They have such a... You can hear it a mile off as soon as the V8's come out. He's definitely using all of the revs there. This is an LS3, naturally aspirated with 550 brake horsepower. Hopefully he can just float it in, but he was almost just driving it in there, unfortunately.
And this car was never designed to have a V8 inside the front of it, so I would imagine it's particularly front heavy, you know, for what this car was designed to do.
Yeah, I mean, E30 is a light car, really. In drifting, you do want a heavier front end than the rear, because obviously you need the rear end to be light in order to drift and make the car comfortable.
Again, yeah, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here to explain these things. I have no idea. He's about to. Do you notice he's about to lose his hood? He already lost the trunk.
I didn't want to be too critical, but I was thinking, I was like, so everybody forget the bonnet pins and the boot pins. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's she's lifting. Oh no, finally his in. Yeah. Lovely though.
And he did a nice job.
Hand out the window.
He's happy. You know what? If he's happy, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him.
He's 23 years old. He's out here driving the C30.
What are you trying to say? Is he the youngest? I think he might be the youngest drifter then, if he's 23.
You could be correct, actually. Yeah, I just know that he's 23 years old. He's from Baghdad. He's driving the E30.
Having the time of his life in Oman. I mean, come on, you know.
It was a valiant effort.
We'll see what kind of points he can.
There was a few moments here and there where it looked like either the car was struggling to get into gear, but we can only speculate. This is what I love about when you're doing these kinds of events, because the commentators are asking these kind of questions, and my job normally is to be out there, and I go straight to the driver and I ask that question. I say, what happened there? In fact, what did happen there?
Just saw the replay. I don't think he did hit that pendulum. I think he just barely missed it.
I didn't think so, but I didn't want you to tell me I was being critical again.
You are. We're going to see if the crew can locate his trunk and get that back to Muscat, because I think he'd like to have that. I think he'd like to have his trunk back before he makes his way back to Iraq. I'm just assuming again. No, I'm being harsh, but maybe he'll get a decent score. I'm not a judge.
Yeah. What I have seen quite a bit of so far is that, you know, when people are coming into the sections, they're trying to do a lot inside the car. Oh, we have a score in.
And it's not terrible. 180 points is not disqualifying at this point. I think that's going to put him still in contention. We're trying to get to our final 10 here at the Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final 2024, searching for this year's King of Drift. Who's it going to be? Have we seen the King of Drift yet? Maybe not. We still have several to go. And lined up is, I think, to me, prettiest car.
Yeah, this is beautiful. We have Ahmed Daham hailing all the way from Jordan. I mean, this guy is a multiple national champion, and he actually won the Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final in 2014, 2015. So it's been a while since he's been back at a final, but he's been doing lots of things all over the world, including building this brand new GR86 carbon Kevlar car, Samsonite gearbox. He's actually done away with the 2JZ, and he's running a B58. Now, why that is actually very important is that B58 engines are BMW engines. He's running 1.4 boost. So he's got 150 torque and 700 brake horsepower. Why that's important when you're drifting, low down torque, really important. And the engine's not under intense pressure because it's a 1.4 boost.
I'm fascinated with how nice it is, and I'm just hoping he's careful. I don't want him to hit any barrels.
Kevlar is totally fine. Pops back out.
Okay, fine.
That's one of the most wonderful things about this material that they're using a lot for drift cars now. Is carbon Kevlar is incredibly flexible.
Carbon Kevlar, really?
Yes.
So Kevlar, that's like what they have in bulletproof vests and stuff. So Kevlar, it's super strong.
Super strong, but also flexible.
Interesting. I just think it's pretty.
It is very pretty.
And this is what your car can look like if you are a Red Bull athlete. Just let you know, a little something to inspire you and aspire to.
Brent, if you get your checkbook out, I'm sure I know a few people that would build you a carbon Kevlar car. I
should definitely not be behind the wheel of that kind of machine. That would be not good for anybody. He did take out the wall there, which is the first major thing that he did not.
It's already running so far.
He did miss one of the flappers early on, one of the three, and then he took out some of those walls. So
I feel like we need to get official terminology on what that is. Next time we're on a break.
They'll yell at me again.
They tell you and you didn't tell me.
I think it's flipper.
Is it flipper?
But I can't help myself from saying flapper. I don't know.
The flip flaps.
That was a nice run through that. I don't know, the corkscrew, what do they call it? I don't know. I start making stuff up. That was a really nice way to wrap it up. That was a good run. Was it the best run? I don't know. but it was a really, really solid run, and you would expect that from a Red Bull athlete.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a brand new car, brand new setup, just getting used to it. So Dahamin's learning as he goes, but he's a very seasoned driver, so this is well within his means. A very tidy start as he was coming through here, slight stall up as he was coming through the figure 8 into the flip flaps. You're loving that now.
Take your pick. You got to choose one.
This is a short wheelbase car, so in order for you to really get the rear of the car into these obstacles and actually get that is difficult, because you're definitely putting yourself out there. Yeah, tidy so far. Obviously, we know what's coming up. There's a few little mistakes with the wall, but he did a good job.
Yeah, I was surprised when he went into that wall. I thought, well, that's highly unusual because such a solid drifter, and in this situation, just that one thing. I think this would have been the high score so far, possibly, had he not gone into that wall. Another look at the box there as we see the score. That is a solid score, 248 points.
It's very solid. It was only 300 on the table.
From Jordan, yeah.
It's 52 off perfecto.
I'm telling you, that wall cost him.
It did.
Cost him. So, and there it is right there. 1, 2, 3.
You know what, Brent, though? I'm not going to... You're giving criticism. I'm like, can you drift a car?
I have never. My friend, I got a great friend named Danny Neville, who's a fantastic drifter.
Oh, yes,
and
I know Danny Neville.
He keeps wanting me to get into his car.
Well, look,
but the thing is, no.
You
know what he likes to do?
What?
He likes to drive it where you pass out.
Okay.
He actually puts all the G-force in.
I would pay to see that. But what I don't have to pay to see, because I'm already here, is the next car that has just left the line, which is Hisham Al-Khatib coming on the Egyptian driver.
Also a Red Bull athlete. Hisham in the Nissan.
Let's see if he can get the car out. So far, so good. Really working that wheel there to get the transitions perfect. So he maintains his fluidity, maintains his speed, just gets out to the pendulum. This is nice.
I feel a really good run here.
This is nice.
You can kind of see it early on. It's like, oh wait, this is different. When you suddenly get to some of these drifters and they're so good, you're like, whoa, and oddly enough, it's when that Red Bull is right there on the car. Imagine that. Imagine you get to the level you're an actual Red Bull athlete. It really shows in the performance, right?
Well, Hisham is having a great run of this. You can really see the fluidity, and that's what I feel this track and this competition rewards. It's maintaining speed, having that fluidity through the obstacles, and being able to do it all in style, which so far he is very much doing.
A little slow for that second box. Is proving everyone having some difficulty really smoothly going through that second box, but keeping it sort of fast and stylish. So we can see the pendulum and the second box are really the most challenging things, at least so far. I'm impressed how people are getting through this, is that the turbo? They're calling it the turbo. People are getting through that really, really well, these drifters. This is a somewhat perfect run. Let's see how he wraps it up here with the park. He hit the barrel at the very end. No! Other than that barrel, that would have been perfect. I want to say. There's a couple of hesitations through the run. I know it wasn't perfect, but I mean, had that barrel not, moved,
that would have been almost.
I think you're the leader.
I think we're in for a pretty high score here. This is tidy.
Yeah.
I have to admit, though, I haven't seen the precision that we saw when Haitham Hadidi, the Omani driver, came out, and currently he's sitting at the top there, 293 points. So
293. Do we have the bubble yet? I love the bubble number. I'll let you do the math.
I'm not doing the math.
Becky's going to do the math.
I'm not doing the math.
She's going to figure out what the bubble is.
See, Brent, I'm the noob here, and Brent is like, I'm going to pass the maths on to her.
Usually I have to do all of that myself. And math is definitely not my favorite thing. I just want to know the score you got to get in order to make the top 10.
Well, we'll find what the bump spot is. You call it the bubble? We call it the bump spot.
We say the bubble, yeah. It's a very sports.
Terminology.
In America, it's a very different kind of sports kind of terminology. You're on the bubble. If like for right now, if you are the 10th place, you would be on the bubble and somebody could knock you out if they get just above your score. So yeah, you say the bump?
The bump. Yeah, the
bump.
bump spot.
You're right.
Yeah, so if
I get that. You get bumped.
you get bumped.
Yeah, that
get
makes more
bumped.
sense. Probably actually makes more sense, the bump spot, than the bubble. I mean, what is the bubble even? How does that even make sense? It's the English language. You, British people, invented it. We destroyed it.
Yeah. I do. Do you know what I do like about? What I do enjoy with some American terminology is the. That's the word that I'm looking for. It's how literal it is. You know, like it's a pavement to us, but it's a sidewalk because it's a walk on the side
yeah.
of the road.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's just things that don't always that make sense to you. Also, the different terminology in cars. I mean, hood, we call it a bonnet.
Right.
Windshield, we call it
Do
windscreen.
you wear a bonnet? Well, I guess you wear a hood too. Oh wow, I never thought about that. A bonnet and a hood is like the same thing.
Do you know what? It is far too early in the live stream for us to be. I mean, you're going to start asking.
I never even thought about that.
No, but you're going to start asking me why fruits are called colours next. So.
Like an orange?
Yeah.
But that's the only one I can think of that's
Lime.
called. Is that? I guess that is a color. Speaking of lime, that's a good transition.
That was a beautiful segue there. Did you like that?
This is
This is my first commentating job. I'm enjoying this.
You're doing well. Niaz Bediev from Azerbaijan. This is cool. Qualified in Azerbaijan. And we're learning lots of flags too. So it's a little challenge for me every year. I'll just try not to name, I'll not cheat and look and see what the flag is, but Azerbaijan, if you're wondering, there you go. As we wait for this.
A 283 there for Hisham. That's a great score.
Hisham, he is second now, I believe. Second
He
place?
is, absolutely.
Second place.
10 points behind Haitham Hadidi.
But has officially qualified for the next round. Scores will not matter. There
No
you go.
fear of him.
Niaz Bediev.
Absolutely no fear of him. He's in for a penny, in for a pound. But let's get the next driver off the start line. My goodness, you can hear it
And this is
screaming.
Niaz.
Another S13. Very popular chassis out here. This is looking good so far. Committed. Just popped her into the next gear there. What he needs is some again, short wheelbase car. He's really going to have to put her out there to the edge. But a little too far out to the edge. As you can see, took out the barrels.
Becoming a bit of a challenge for some people. He wouldn't have done that if he had his headlights on. So
I'd be surprised at how light it is out there. You make an excuse for him, but that's what good friends do.
Yeah.
Just coming into the next section here.
This is the figure 11, and then
11.
and then a 180. It's actually kind of a 360, isn't it? Is it 360 or is it a 180?
It's a 180.
Okay. Well, I mean, you do a full turn though. It's a 360, is it not? But the circle itself looks like a half circle. That's why I called it 180.
Moving on swiftly from Brent figuring out his shapes.
Hey, geometry was also not my strong suit. Into the first box. Going over all the way across the course to box number 2. And it is a lot to cover. And you got to get the car sideways, right? And it's hard. If you're going in straight, you're not doing it right. So it is a challenge for these guys. And then back all the way to the roundabout.
Yeah, this is looking good.
Did not hit that flapper though. Unfortunately, missed the flapper.
I spoke too soon there. I spoke too soon.
Yeah.
I spoke too soon.
Well, there are so many obstacles, obviously, for these drifters to hit. And I can't even imagine when somebody tells you to go and suddenly you've got to rip across this course, hit all of these different obstacles, but not hit the cones like you just did there, and the barrels, and hit the flappers and the pendulum, and, and stop on a certain line.
Well, here we are coming into the final
Not bad.
obstacle. Is it an obstacle? Into the final part of the track. It was the
park.
And that was very good. Do you know what? These S13s seem to be really well adapted for it. It's just the perfect
coolest.
Maybe it's because Abdo was doing it in the 400, and it's very, very similar sort of shape and size. But he seems to be doing pretty well.
And it is the coolest way to park. I mean, that is the Hollywood way you want to park. You just want to go sideways. Wouldn't that be cool if you just showed up like to a restaurant and you're just going to the valet, but you just like go right into the parking lot? onside. That'd be
Brent.
amazing. Niaz Bediev as we wait
Missed the
for
pendulum and was a little bit went a little bit hard on the barriers there, but it was a committed run and he was moving through the course pretty quickly. Lots of throttle input, lots of commitment.
It was very middling.
It was good through all the bits that needed, you know, the real steering, the precision. It was just when you get those momentum parts where you need to be slowing down, it's where we had a little bit of trouble. But it was still a very valiant effort. I'm impressed.
I'm going to say it's a middling run, maybe going to qualify.
High hundreds, I would say.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then he's definitely making it through to the top 10. But we will see as the judges get their scores down to us, and then also the fabulous crews here in Muscat, and it's a 176. You were very good at predicting that high hundreds. 176.
You know.
For the Azerbaijanian.
Yeah, absolutely.
Am I saying that right? Azerbaijanian.
Azerbaijanian.
Is that good?
It is. You know, hey, dude, you're the one that works out here. I'm fresh.
I've never been to I want to make it clear. I've never been to Azerbaijan, okay? So if I'm offending anyone by saying Azerbaijanian, I'm sorry. It's just my ignorance.
Next car on the line, we have the E36, but from Mohammed Shahab. He's coming from the UAE.
My home country.
Absolutely. You can see Pro Drift down the side of the car there. Pro Drift, obviously, very big. Pro Drift Academy is where you guys, if you're watching this and at drifting, you can go to the Pro Drift Academy and you can learn. But for one man who's quite obviously a teacher, because right now, getting through the flip flaps, coming into the pendulum, lovely positioning.
Losing a little piece of the car, but that's okay. We don't mind that. Come on, Shahab. I'm not showing favoritism, by the way, even though I live in the UAE. And I would love to see a UAE champion.
I feel like...
Well, I guess I am kind of showing favoritism right there.
That's exactly what
Sorry.
Okay.
Literally the definition of favoritism.
Right now he is putting on a bit of a clinic, and you can really see why he's got Pro Drift Academy up the side of his car, because if this guy is teaching you, he's going to be teaching you well. Oh, just a slight overcut. You know what? I keep saying things a little too early.
I feel like...
quiet.
Yeah.
Just want to say what I see. Say what I see. You can see here, floating it in on the handbrake, slight straighten there. Needed to be a little bit tidier, but that's absolutely fine. You know, at least he hasn't done the same thing twice, as you can see when he went into the last box. Just a little bit too hot, which meant he hit the barrier. And he's controlling the car nice. You can see as that rear wheel locks there, the car, he's keeping it on boost. He's keeping those revs high. And he's coming into the last section, which is just before the park. We're into the
Gotta go into the turbo, yeah. And I do feel good for him about this run, but there are just a few things he's going to lose some points on, just hitting some obstacles like that cone and barrel right there. And into the park. Not bad.
Not bad at all. I had a little microphone-ish there, but that's all good. That was tidy. There was a few moments, but again, I would say low 200s. But I can't start predicting because I am not a judge. I am simply a commentator. So everybody, ignore me.
No. I think you're solid. I think you're solid on your predictions for scores, not for handling the microphone. So
I'm not doing very well with that. I opened the show with a microphone turned off. But look, it's my first.
It's just what you do.
It's my first day.
Yeah.
My first day.
Don't make it your last. Be careful.
No, I'm having fun. I'm enjoying this. I love watching drifting because I'm a big fan of the sport. As I said, I drive myself, so I know how much pressure these drivers are under to put it all down on the line and make every input that they need to into the car at the right time, right place. So they make it look easy, but it absolutely isn't. And this is not an easy course. There's a lot of space, a lot of speed, and a lot of technical parts to it. So I want to give them all a little round of applause from the table here.
I like how
even though I sound critical at times.
No, you're doing great. I like how his brake light is actually above his windshield. Did you notice that? I don't know. It's kind of useless, but it's right there. See?
So that is there is a reason for that.
Is there? Tell me why.
Because when you're doing tandem drift, if you get on the brake,
you want your partner to know.
No, well, actually, it's more for the judges, so the judges can see that when the driver is braking, because there are certain parts of the track where it's not a decel zone. So this would be technically a decel zone. So you can see that's fine. He's got his 247.
Good
not
score.
Bad.
Good score, Mohammed Shahab.
But that is the reason why they have the brake lights up there, so that competitors can see when he's on the brakes, but also the judges can see. Because if it's not a decel zone, he's on the brakes. That's not fair. It's not right.
It's not right?
It's not right, but it's okay. In the words of Whitney Houston, our screen's gone black. So, unfortunately...
You're not supposed to mention that. You're not supposed to, when our screen goes, you're just supposed to look out onto
That's
the
why I
the
was
course.
saying it's not right, it's okay.
Yeah, congrats to Mohammed Shahab, UAE, getting that score, 248, I do believe. Here we have a number 22 car. This is Georgi Kodua from Georgia. Giorgio from Georgia.
Georgi Kodua from Georgia. Yeah, absolutely. His brother actually drives in Drift Masters, so...
Wow, and that is a thunderous... Do you hear? I mean, that is potentially the loudest drifting car that we've heard tonight. I would say Shahab still takes the ticket on that one. Georgi has won the car park drift in Georgia 2 times, so he is used to this sort of short course. Wow.
So close.
Really came close to that. So close that he hit it.
Again, this is another driver that is renting a car for this event. It is a 180, obviously, 2JZ, 600 brake horsepower, sequential. It's not a sequential, actually. It's a 5-speed, which is what we were talking about, the fact that he is normally driving a sequential. And he's gone back to a 5-speed, which might not mean anything to you, but actually that's a very difficult transition to make. A sequential, obviously, you're pulling up to go up the gears and pushing the lever back to go down the gears. So when you're moving, when you're doing a lot of technical things, you're not trying to figure out where to put the car into gear, which can be a lot when there's lots going on. So to go back from sequential to a 5-speed. It's hard. It's hard going.
I would imagine
I would be pretty rubbish at it.
It's probably like trying to fly a different kind of plane. It's like, I know how this works, but getting it to work is different from what I'm used to.
It's just not as simple as when you have a you're pulling a sequential or you're pushing a sequential. Like I find it personally easier than a 5-speed.
Well, Georgi is getting through the turbo pretty well. I think his second half of this is going to be solid, but he definitely had some things that could do some work in the beginning. We'll see how it goes here in this park. If he can just land it in there. Wow. That was actually really nice. That looked cool. And that's, to me, if it looks cool, I mean, it's worth the points.
100%. That was not a bad effort there from the Georgian driver. As I say, all hats off to them when you're in a rented car. So as he came out the box, lovely through this figure of 8. I always want to know what gear they're in. If I had my head out the window, I would have probably been able to tell, but I missed that.
It would have to be a very low gear, right? Either 1 or 2, is it?
No, like you're always going to come out first and go into second. With second or third, it depends on what ratios you've got in. Like I said, it's a delicate act because if you have second can be too short and third can be too long. Do you understand what I mean?
No, but I'm pretending to. And he hit the figure 8
Well,
barrels
if you're
there.
in second and you can hear that the cars are absolutely revving right at the top of the rev limiter there, if you click up into third gear, that means you get slightly longer gear ratios, which means it picks up your wheel speed even faster. But that means you also need to be keeping the car on boost if you've got a boosted car like a 2JZ, like what this man has here. You're just doing a lot more.
Man.
I know.
This man has here.
Georgi. Yeah. You're going to have to keep the car up on the revs in order to keep the boost up. If you're in third, you're doing a lot more pedal work. But then if you're in second and the ratios are too short, the car is going to be absolutely revving it.
And you're not getting enough.
Up to the top of the rev limiter there. Stop myself before I said what I was going to say. I bet people probably know what I was going to say.
No idea. I literally have no idea what you're talking about. As you will see later on when you scroll through the comments.
I know. I'm worried about scrolling. Guys, be kind to me,
okay? I can't wait for it.
Be kind to me.
Georgi Kodua from Georgia, 209 points, solid.
I was going to say revving the cojones off it.
I don't know what that even means.
Don't worry about it, sweetheart.
I'm far too innocent for the sport, obviously. Moyad Yusuf from Jordan.
Yes, I had a chat with this drifter earlier. This is a lovely build, GD86, Toyota GD86. As you can hear already, singing.
How can you hear the difference?
Oh, listen, he's got a very fast rev limiter on this. You can hear it's like.
Okay, got you.
Cars will have different rev limiters. It's down to ECU, down to the tune of the particular car.
There's so much smoke I can't even see if you hit that flapper or not.
He's got a lot of wheel speed. And also,
at that. Missed the pendulum. I did see that.
This is a lovely run so far. He's just coming down on the handbrake. This is tidy. He's running quite a bit of pops and bangs there. Let's have, don't need that. Dispose of that. Push past.
Good, hit it again.
Boom.
Yep,
See ya. Somebody else's problem, not mine anymore.
Well, it's his problem because he's going to lose some points. So,
For sure.
As you say, tidy run. However, he's missed several things. He missed a flapper and the pendulum and hit a barrel. How's that for tidy? But doing well in the box. First box, but had a hesitation there. Is that what happens?
Yeah, by the looks of it. It's easily done. There's a lot going on right here, Brent.
Hey, I know it's hard.
Slight straighten
But these are the best of the best. And went into the wall, unfortunately, there in the back of box number 2. Heading over to the roundabout. And, yeah, it seems to be a little slow, right?
Well, I think he's noticed that the car is picking up a bit too much speed and he needs to control it. But there's a few straightens creeping in here. I'm wondering if there's something in... I'm trying to listen out.
It looks like he's just kind of goosing it a little bit.
Yeah,
just kind of.
Yeah, no, I think there's something wrong with this car because it's not happy. You could see it as he was coming into these last sections here. Either he's in the wrong gear or there's something wrong. Or he's just having an issue.
It was actually not horrible. That's a nice end.
You can see the reaction. You can see him shaking his head, giving the steering wheel a stroke, as we would say.
Yeah.
Not what he wanted, especially as someone who he won the 2023 qualifier, car park drift. He is a local champion. He's backed by Toyota. And his 2JZ with all 720 horsepower, as you can see, as he was coming out the box here, it was all looking very promising, very nice, smooth, lots of wheel speed, lots of smoke, and the sound of the thing. The rev limiter is so fast, it sounds crazy. He just come through the flip-flap here. This is looking good. And just shy. It seems like a lot of people are struggling to get the car out. It's like this is the thing. Then we've got a short wheelbase car like that. You can see that the back bumper is literally where the rear wheels are.
Right.
So when you're coming into something like a corner or like an obstacle like that, it feels crazy from inside of the car because it feels like you're literally backing the rear axle into the obstacle.
Wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, 103 points.
Yeah,
that is
unfortunately
nuts.
the straightens and the stops have cost him a lot on the points. So 100 points there for Moayed Youssef.
If I were to guess, because you won't do the math, I'm going to guess that probably puts him out of contention, but I'm not certain.
I'm not doing the maths right now.
Saeed Al Mouri from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I love this. I always love it when somebody brings a Corvette into this thing.
Wait, that's so American of you.
Well, not only that, it's not just that, although I do love the Corvette. I love because it's a giant car, and it just seems so...
This is a very stock car as well, what I will say. This is a C6.
I love it.
Of
course he missed it. I'm telling you, it is so hard. I can't even... I missed 2 of the flappers.
That's quite shy.
Yeah.
He's very shy. I was like, that's...
Hey.
The position is a little bit wrong. What I will say is he hasn't drifted a car since 2016. So, you know what? He's having a bash.
Yeah.
He won car park drift in 2011. So it's not that he doesn't know how to drive.
No, that's exactly what I was talking about. These cars are so big and long. I can't even imagine why you would ever bring one into a drifting competition.
When I chatted to him, sorry.
No, but it's just I find it hilarious. It's like trying to take a limousine through a drifting competition. It's like, why would you do that? That's what happens right there. That's what happens.
Well, the C6 is actually a very popular chassis in the States, but just I think different application to this. Oh, we've come out of drift. We are now driving.
We're just driving. I mean, it's a Corvette. It's made to drive.
If this was a competition as to how many barrels, cones, barriers...
He wins, right?
Dude, he's totally won it.
Saeed
aisle everywhere.
I love it, man. This is my favorite. He's having a horrible run, but he's looking good doing it. That's my favorite part. And he gets through the turbo. How many cones can he hit here?
I bet all of the track cleanup staff are like, please, not... They're like, please, not the turbo. That took so long to put together.
Fortunately, there are little spray paint areas as he tries to get his way into this parking. Oh, you know what? The crowd's loving it. The crowd is actually loving it.
He's out there having a good time.
They want to see more destruction of this track. I think that's really what they want.
Yeah, I was chatting to him earlier. He said, I'm having a bit of fun. I'm actually a coach for rally and endurance racing.
So this is not exactly his first love.
Not his first love, but he was just like, you know what, we'll give it a go. Bit of a, what else are you going to do with your Friday in start of December?
Take your Corvette around and bang it up in Oman.
It wasn't the best for him. I mean, 10 out of 10 for effort. But
Well, he finished. He won't get a DNF, right? He definitely finished, so he's not going to be last. I felt good about it. I don't think we're going to see him in round 2.
I would say that's probably a low hundreds.
Low hundreds? You're going to put him above 100? Should we bet something on this?
No, because this is what I'm saying. We shouldn't. In fact, I'm going to stop this right now. Let's stop betting on scores.
I'll bet you a sugar-free Red Bull.
Have you got any
It's
more of them?
above 100.
Do you know, I always drink the
How many cones was that? Count them. And I was wondering earlier, did the small cones, those little baby cones, do they count for like half point? It was a full point. See the little baby ones? Little baby cones. Oh, man. I lost so bad. Syed Al-Nouri with 21 points. Really? Only 21 points? Come on.
I mean, you know what? He had a go. He loved it.
I mean,
21 points on the board. Yeah.
From Oman, hometown
it's a
favorite.
score.
Yeah, Ahmad Al-Amri.
This guy has always got
This
a
is
smile
big.
on his face.
Crowd's
This
crazy.
car is noisy, by the way. This is an S15.
He's got undercarriage lights. I love it already.
Did you say undercarriage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the one talking about carriages and stuff, right? You're British. They always talk about the bonnet and the carriage. I got that flapper.
It's looking good.
Really nice control, right?
Yes, it is. But you know what? I'd expect this from him.
You know what? That was fantastic. Did you see?
I did.
He overcorrected first or undercorrected and then corrected himself. That was great.
He's making all the right moves so far, and the car is popping and banging away. The crowd is loving it.
Good control.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is looking nice. I do like the underglow. It adds a certain flair to the style. That's what I love about drift cars. Like, there is a lot of different looks out there, and you can, even though these chassis are all different, these S chassis, E chassis, you can put the different kits, the different wings, the different liveries, the different underglows, wheels. Like, there's so much customization, which makes it so exciting to watch. I mean, most mainstream motorsports these days, the cars are pretty much the same, maybe a few different colours.
Right? Yeah, there's a lot of rules and regulations and stuff.
You can really throw your personality into your car.
I will tell you, Ahmad Al-Amri is making this look easy. He has yet to hit anything he shouldn't hit. I think he's hit pretty much all the flappers and hit the pendulum, right? I could have missed one of the flappers, I'm not sure.
I was impressed with how quickly the track team got that back together as well.
They did.
I was giggling there for a second.
In the park. Let's see.
All right.
It's not a perfect park, but otherwise that was a really, really good run. I gotta say, definitely gonna meet in the next round. Ahmad Al-Amri.
Very good. The Omani driver always got a big smile on his face. Honestly, every time I see him,
I don't know if you've had a lot of experience with the Omanis. They're the nicest people.
Yeah, I have noticed that. They are very nice.
Super sweet. And again, shout out Oman. If you ever have a chance, come to the Sultanate of Oman. Amazing beaches, the nature. There's some places that just looks untouched by humans. You can go, into the mountains and you can go snorkeling. And it's just, it's a gorgeous place.
It's a very, very, very solid. Oh,
I'm not sure. Did he hit it or no?
I think he did on second reflection here. He's won car park drift before, so you know what?
Drift. I'm not sure what year it was, but you're right.
Yeah, I think it's 2020. Anyway, he's a winner. He's a winner, and this was a.
The year is not important.
This was a winning run. He did not get the pendulum, so.
If that pendulum was not hit, then yeah, unfortunately, and that last park was not perfect.
But lovely, well-turned-out car here. I'm pretty sure that's a Big Country Labs wing on the back of the S15. And I'm pretty sure that's probably an Origin Lab Rajin kit on there as well. 278, very, very good.
That's good. Is that, it's either second or third place, yeah? so far. Not that it matters. Once you get into the next round, all the scores are basically thrown out. So you start from 0, yeah.
Gotta start from 0 again. Okay, cool. See, I'm learning things.
You are.
Big learning girl. That's me.
As Mohammed Al Mansouri from the UAE representing. It's our second driver from the UAE. Mohammed Al Mansour is Emirati. And he is off in that Nissan Silvia through the figure 8. Looking good, sounding good, got that smoke.
Absolutely. I'm just coming. I was having a chat for a while earlier, actually, because I'm always a big fan of Nissan's Silvia S15s. And so far, he seems to have got this all under control.
I think he did hit that, right? Now I'm starting to doubt myself.
Oh, yeah.
Because on the replay, then you'll see like, oh, it was the wind.
Yeah, we'll find out in the replay, but I was pretty sure that was a tap.
Yeah.
But because there is so much sort of wind that comes through as the car tries to hit the pendulum.
Sort of the draft
of the
car, yeah.
The dangly ball.
I mean, literally, if you look at it, I don't know did you see it up close? It's a yoga ball. It's a yoga ball in the net. Yeah. But we call it the pendulum because it's way cooler than hit the yoga ball. Oh, no! Mohammed, why did you do this to me? I'm trying to support my UAE brethren, and you go and hit the wall like that.
Dude, you do have favorites.
I do. Hey, I'm just here for a good time, all right?
I'm enjoying this. So
through the roundabout coming up here, the longest course ever, the biggest course ever for the Red Bull Car Park Drift World Finals. Looking for the king of drift. Mohammed losing just a bit of his bumper there, or maybe that's just the remains of the bumper that was previously there.
Yeah, he's running half a bumper anyway. But yeah, there was a little bit of
Did he start with half a bumper?
Yeah, it's a look.
That's a vibe. Mohammed Al Mansouri in for the park. Solid park. Yeah. Kind of eased it in there. Wasn't a complete drift. I don't know if they'll take a little bit off, but yeah, definitely going to get some
points. It's a run that'll get him into the 200s.
Really? You're going to call up to 200? I mean, he did have some destruction out there, but yeah, I think he's going to do well.
Too bad, though. If we're going to use the benchmark as the Corvette, I think he did pretty well.
I don't think that is really the benchmark. I really don't think the Corvette should be the benchmark for anything other than please do not go below the bench.
I enjoyed the run. Got it.
Getting a little look, see where that piece of the bumper came off. Yeah, he did. He got that pendulum right. It's not my imagination.
Live update from the commentary box. Aircon still be airconning.
Aircon going to aircon. What you gonna do? 16 degrees.
Does anybody have a jacket? Because no one sent me a jacket over here. I can't believe I'm in like one of the warmest countries. I leave the UK to not be cold, and I am cold.
It is beautiful on the other side of this window. I'm telling you right now, it's gorgeous. So there's plenty of time to warm up after we find a king of drift.
Absolutely. No, this is so we're just coming in to our last run of the group.
This giant group.
See, I told you, into the 200s.
What was it? I missed it.
222 points awarded to
Solid.
the UAE driver, Mohammed Al Mansouri in the S15.
Mabruk.
And finally, Mohammed Zordok in this
Egypt.
BMW E46. Hailing from Egypt. I had a quick look at this car earlier. Nice, tidy build. E46, another great BMW chassis. You'll see a lot of 46, E36, E30s. BMWs and Silvias are kind of neck and neck as to which camp. You have to choose your fighter. Some people love these chassis over Silvias, some people love Silvias over these chassis. But still very nice so far. Car is moving smoothly. Fluidity good so far. See, way too short, unfortunately. Oh, I think he might have just broke something.
Then completely killed the car.
Something, or did he stall?
Well, that is not the way that you want to wrap up
He's looking at the dashboard. He's looking frantically to find out what the issue is. If he can get up, I think the car.
He's back up.
As he was,
back up.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame.
Well, I mean, it's good that he's back up. I don't think, and I don't know what the ruling is, how long you have to restart your car. I would love to know that, but I think he definitely made it in time to salvage this run, maybe. I mean, if he has a perfect run, he can still maybe get in. No, you're saying no.
Unfortunately, I think that was a big, that cost him big time in the points, time-wise, and also slight movement of the barriers here.
Yeah, if you keep doing that.
A little bit of background. He was actually second in the Egypt car park drift in 2024. So
I like how you're giving background because you know you're probably not going to see him again.
Oh my goodness, I think the car's cut. Is the car cut? No.
Nope, still moving.
I'm just watching this as they straighten in. I'm like, is she still on?
It's just that smooth of a ride.
Yeah.
Into the half roundabout. Why not take out a few cones?
He's looking at his mirror there. He's like, whoops.
Oops.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
An E46 2JZ, 750 horsepower. I think, if you've got too much horsepower, it's actually more of a hindrance than a help.
I'm telling you, guys just want that number.
Let's see how he contends with, a slight overshoot.
Wow.
He yeeted it in there, as we like to say.
Yeah, that was too much yeet. Just went.
Too
Crowd
much
here in
yeet.
Oman in Muscat not impressed with that run, unfortunately. Probably the last time tonight we're going to see Mohamed Zordak from Egypt.
So there we are, through the full field of the cars we've seen.
That was exhausting. Can I tell you that was the longest first round?
Drink another sugar-free Red Bull, or we might have to crack a sugar one out the can.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I got the wings. The wings are here. Red Bull has given me all the wings.
Just taking a little look at the replay there. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if it was when he was coming in and just went to downshift and couldn't get it into gear,
Maybe
or what happened.
Yeah.
I don't know if he stalled. I mean, because I can't hear the engine note from inside here, and I've got my earpiece in, but I would have been able to give you a little bit more insight. This is where I miss myself in this job. I'd be like sending myself the question and being like, "Hey, Mohamed, what happened?"
So you're on the radio with him.
No,
asking,
but
"Hey,
after that run there,
I
would run out
doing the interview
and have a chat with him and find out what happened.
I got you. Yeah, normally they don't let me near the drifters.
I'm not surprised, mate. I'm not surprised. This was really lovely. You see, he's really pinned the left foot brake there.
Where was the rest of that? Where was the rest of that, Mohamed?
He just picked his moments.
Yeah.
Picked his moments for perfection, and that was pretty perfect. I didn't see anybody this entire at the whole crew really get it as pinned perfect on the barrel there on that one, but this then just
I would say
around.
we probably had maybe two near perfect runs out of that whole group. 2, maybe 3 really excellent runs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got sitting in first place right now. I'm not going to give you the full rundown because I don't want to spoil the fun, but
you're just being lazy.
Nobody has beat Haytham Hadidi, the Omani driver. No one has beat his top score of 293.
Yeah, that's a massive out of 300. Massive.
The closest to him is actually Ahmad Al-Amri with 278 points, another Omani driver. And then bringing up third position right now. Oh, sorry. Before him, there was 280. He's actually in third place. Ahmed Al-Amri with 278 points. 283 points. Hisham Al-Khatib, the Egyptian driver, is in second. So
we have Oman, Egypt, Oman right now in the top 3.
Correct.
That's great. And as you see that
85 points for Mohamed Zordak. I think that's fair.
But not the worst one, as
hey,
we see.
I'm going to put the 21 point run as one of my favorites.
I think you get a tattoo of 21. I think that's what you got to do when you get a 21 score.
85.
This is Abdel Fagali, the legend, drifting legend Abdel Fagali, who helped design this course and designs many of the courses for the Red Bull car park drifts around the world.
Absolutely.
He's doing one of his taxi rides.
Perfect. I hope when I'm in my late 40s that I'm still drifting.
I don't know that he's in his late 40s.
Hey, listen to the knowledge here.
Okay.
He's 47.
Okay. I don't know why. Again, why the age shaming?
It's not age.
There's no reason for that.
Who said I was shaming him? I was actually commending him and saying, I hope that I'm like him when I'm older.
Okay.
Although you have just revealed that is your weak spot.
No, not at all. Not for me. I'm ageless. Please. Abdo is doing these, and this is cool. If you ever get the opportunity, I have done one of these taxi rides with Abdo before, and I mean, as long as you're not a weakling like me, a weakling that is motion sick. I get motion sickness. That's horrible. So.
I am learning so much about you on this live stream. I'm seeing some great drifting.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm learning a lot about my co-commentator buddy Brent here.
Yeah. It's all. I have a lot of issues.
Are you having fun?
Yeah, a great time.
Are you happy? Are you happy I'm here?
You know what? I've been asking this for years. Can we please get someone who knows what they're talking about?
I know, but they delivered you me, and that might not be.
You know what you're talking about. I gotta say, you know your stuff, sister. You know, so
I just waited for him to go like, yeah, she's grand.
She's
annoying, but she's grand.
You know, typically I'm just a guy that talks on the radio, so I'm happy to have someone who knows something about motorsports because, you know, the people deserve this. The people deserve better than me, and so that's why I'm happy you're here. As Abdo wraps up his taxi ride, I think we might have some entertainment coming.
Yeah, I remember. Don't we have? We have one more. I can see somebody else coming out to the car there now.
Yes, the way this works, usually some people win this experience. They win this experience to be with Abdo.
That'll be a cool prize.
Yeah, it's a cool prize. Sometimes it's sponsors, things like that. So that's why you see this kind of stuff.
So tell me what the next side act is.
Well, I don't want to say it and then it's wrong. Okay? Because if I say it and it's wrong, then I'll look bad.
Thief.
It might be, and I'll just say it might be, a Guinness World Record holder.
Okay.
Who is a Red Bull athlete. I don't want to say any more because I might be wrong. If I'm right, then I wish I would have said it because then I would look smart. But I'm not smart. So just say, look at him. Do you see how Abdo's also working the headlights? He's drifting. He's also like working the headlights. He's waving.
He's not. Are you talking about that?
Yeah, flick.
That's just the headlights.
No, he was flicking the headlights. I'm telling you, he was flicking the high beams. And he's honking the horn and stuff. I mean, sometimes he doesn't even have his hands on the wheel. Usually it's his feet. That's how good he is.
I'm just like baffled. I love it.
Abdo also has a son named Chris, I believe, who is a Formula 4 driver. Right? He's a pretty good one. Yeah, his son. Abdo's son.
That's cool.
And look, some donuts. I do like some donuts. You know, I'm on a low-carb diet right now.
I was like, the American is gonna make the donut joke.
No, it's not a donut joke. It's serious because I'm hating life right now because I'm on a low-carb diet. And so there's so much good food here in Oman. And there's when we look over the rest of the course, you'll see the food festival going on right next door, and I can't eat anything because I can't have carbs. I just miss carbs. I'm on like day 25, and it's killing me. There, I said it, and now if you notice I'm irritable in the live stream, that's why.
Welcome to therapy.
Yeah.
Welcome to this. I'm loving this. Guys, thank you so much to all of you watching out there. I'm just looking at some of the comments and friends watching from around the world. I know that Aline Berker is joining us all the way from Latvia. She's the wonderful lady that puts together the Latvian Drift Championship and many other things, but it's fabulous that she's out there watching. So let's take a look.
Breaking news. We have our top 10.
So we have 2 DNFs. The rest of the crowd got through. So who's going to be making it into, well, they didn't all get through, but you know what I mean? They at least put a score on the board.
There were scores, yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to Sue.
A score was had for everyone but 2 early DNFs. So,
okay.
And I saw a flash of that, but I don't think that scoreboard is quite complete yet, so we'll still wait. As we wait for some entertainment.
I've been saved.
A jacket has been brought, thankfully, to the studio for Becky, who is dying from sitting directly next to the air conditioner. What's funny is we have no idea.
So exciting.
We have no idea how to turn it off. No one knows how to turn the air conditioning off.
But you know, it'd just be my luck that I would, because I was looking at a switch earlier and I was like, do you know what, if I hit that switch, you guarantee it's going to turn the live stream off, the lights off, just everything off. So I just thought, I'll grin and bear it.
Do you see what's happening now?
Are you taping?
He's going to tape it shut.
What a man.
He's going to tape. Look at that is the sound of actual packing tape being put on the vent holes of an air conditioner.
Yeah, that is Red Bull looking after me. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Hilarious.
Wonderful.
Good job, dude. Appreciate you, Ross.
All right.
And hey, I was right. I was kind of right. It is a Guinness Book World Record holder His name is Thomas Oehler.
Did you say Guinness Book World?
Yeah, Guinness Book World Record holder. What did I say wrong?
It's Guinness World Record holder.
Yeah, but it's a book too. You never heard of the Guinness Book World Records?
I feel like you're saying that wrong. I don't know why.
It's the Guinness Book.
It's the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah.
Right, that's it. That's why I was thinking to myself. I was like, what's wrong with this picture? Oh,
I mean,
it's
I
going over
realize.
to
I mean, I know. I mean, do we call you Gen Z? Do you want to go like that?
Dude, I'm 30.
No, I know, but
Two.
does that make you Gen Z?
I don't know it. No, I think I'm a millennial.
Okay. You're.
I just gave my age away. Whatever.
Hey,
I love the way I went 30.
we're just speaking truths here
Two.
on the Red Bull live stream, which is increasingly less and less about
But this is cool.
drifting.
Like
So this is Thomas Oehler, and
I feel like
yeah.
you need some power in those legs to be able to just hop over things like
You
that.
think? You think you need power in those legs? You can't have toothpicks doing this kind of thing.
I know. I'm not particularly dexterous on a bike, so I always find this quite impressive, the level of agility they have in just their
Just wait.
just their
Wait till you
leggies are
see
doing
this.
all the work here.
Wait till you see
Oh,
this.
right, okay, what's
Abdo
happening
is
here? Okay.
joining Thomas.
All right, we're doing it. Oh, very good. Look at this. Nice show out here. Abdo's doing burnouts while Thomas very expertly keeps a lovely little wheelie and then a stoppie going. It's impressive stuff. We can only dream of being this agile.
I have no
Behind the
talent.
handlebars.
I have no discernible talent, so yeah, there's really not a
Brent,
chance.
Brent, stop putting yourself down.
This is my shtick. This is what I do.
So,
Oh wait, high five.
High
Are they gonna
five.
switch?
Are they gonna
Come on, Abdo, get on the bike.
what's happening?
I have no idea.
What's
I've
he gonna
never
do?
seen
Is
this one.
he going to do a jump over him?
Oh God, please.
Look at Abdo. He's just chilling.
He really is.
Boop.
Oh my
God, that
gosh,
was close, wasn't
that
it?
was really kind of scary. And here it
This
comes.
and oh, I know.
Well, he's wearing a helmet at least.
That was very good. Look at the control.
Oh,
Look at it.
Abdo, put your head down, dude. Stop doing a selfie.
Yeah, see, look, he's a boomer practically. He's taking selfies
He's a
when he's in
boomer.
perilous danger.
Listen,
Boom.
Be nice.
I don't even know what boom. Like, isn't that?
A boomer's like somebody.
Is that my dad's era?
I don't know. It depends on how old your dad is.
76.
Yeah, he's a boomer. Yeah, mine too. I'm somewhat concerned about Abdo's safety.
And his
I
ability to
know
have
Thomas.
kids ever again.
I know he's a professional. This is what he does, but everybody makes a mistake. Humans are humans, right? Yeah.
Hey, look,
There's a
enjoy it for
little
what it
hug,
is.
Pat on the back.
Man made it.
Thanks for not killing me, dude. Appreciate you. See you to the next one. All right. Abdo gets back in his car.
Very good.
That beautiful Nissan Z400.
Yes.
Yeah. I've loved ever since the 350 and then the 370. It is one of those cars that's just always been cool. So big shout out to Nissan.
Really iconic. You know, Nissan. Oh, you call it Nissan. Sorry, I was just.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, you
Nissan.
say Nissan, right?
I say Nissan. But Nissan is such an integral part of drifting, you know, when you think about the early days of drifting and how the S chassis from the 13 to the 14 to the 15, the 350 to 370, they are so integral to drifting as a sport. And it's just wonderful to see them getting on board and supporting an event like this, like the World Final.
I think
for
I
the
know
Red
what's
Bull
coming.
Cover Drift.
Look at this. I think I know what this. You know what
Is
this
that
is
a
going to be?
patrol? Are they in a patrol? No, they're not in a patrol. It's Toyota Rebecca.
I think I know what's coming. This is Haitham Rafi from.
Nope.
Nope. There's a singer.
Abdulrahman Al Raisi.
Wow, Abdul Rahman Al Raisi. Yeah, he drives on two wheels. This is what he does. I've seen him before. This is cool. So this is a thing. This is like, I don't know if you call it a sport or a stunt.
I have seen. It's a stunt. It's a very delicate stunt where you just have to get the balance completely right. But I've seen this in the Middle East as well. This is actually like a thing that they practice out.
Oh yeah, and it's something that, I mean, it's obviously not legal to do on actual roads, but there are some really skilled, and I don't know what you call them, drivers, I guess you call them drivers, stunt drivers, but you're going to see something else, and don't switch off the feed because I don't want to ruin the surprise, but there is going to be something that happens here that is just, I think, super, super cool. Abdul Rahman.
I'm doing it. It's a show. It is a show. guys, if you look at all the happy faces out there, phones are up.
Well, you don't see
cameras
this.
are out.
You don't see this every day, right?
Well, you know, depends on your job, but
And you got to think once in a while it's got to fall over, right? I mean, once in a while.
don't ruin the illusion.
It's not an illusion. This is real. Look at that. Look at that transmission. The what do you call it?
What you can see rotating is
Yeah.
the prop shaft just there.
Thank you. Camshaft, is it? Camshaft. What do you call it?
Well, this could be a different terminology. We call it the prop shaft.
I don't even know.
It's what connects the transmission
Yeah.
to the rear axle.
I know that if you bust that that thing, that connector, it's really expensive because I've done that before. That was
How
really,
did you do that? This is very impressive.
That was really cool how you went around the barrel in that box. That was great. This has got to be bad for the car, right? That's not good for the,
Well, the only thing
axles and stuff.
No, the only thing that I would think is that it's really sloshing all the oil to one side, and that could cause oil starvation. But I'm sure that they've, in some way, shape or form, either they just fill it up to the last. I mean, I'm waffling here, but that's the only thing I could think would be a bit of an ish, would be the oil situation.
I wonder how you learn how to do this. How do you start? Because you got to be able to make mistakes. As with everything, you have to be able to make mistakes. So eventually you are going to roll it over, right? I don't know. This is just me thinking out loud.
I actually don't know. I don't have the
No.
action answer to that.
It was somewhat rhetorical. It looks like it's going to fall over, though. At any moment, it looks like how? That is incredible. I've never seen that. I've seen these guys perform before, but I've never seen somebody do that.
It's cool, right?
It is so cool.
I'm enjoying it. And you know, it's really getting some speed up now. It's the slow stuff that, I feel like if you did it at speed, it's probably a tiny bit easier because you're using that momentum to keep the... And I guess it is a type of pendulum effect.
I wonder if there's more weight. If somehow there's maybe more weight in the bottom of this car. Look at him working the headlights, too.
Yeah. It is
Here
impressive.
comes Abdo. This is very cool. Here comes Abdo Fagale to join. I don't know. I'm just impressed. I've seen Abdo do donuts, and I've seen this guy do his thing now. But when you put them together, it's just cool. Because they both have to obviously watch their distance and speed. And yeah, that's very, very cool. Love it. I love the halftime entertainment with the Red Bull Car Park Drift World Finals.
It's brilliant. I mean, I like I said, we're all. I'm reading a few of the live stream comments here, and we're all slightly baffled.
You said you wouldn't read the comments.
I know, but I was just thinking, I was like, is there any questions that people have got in the comments that we could?
I would love to hear some of the questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they're
I mean, there's some people saying
appropriate.
I can do that in my Cougar, so I quite enjoyed that.
Do they still
I
make
don't
the Cougar?
think so.
No, they make. I've not heard Cougar in so long.
A Ford Cougar, love it.
Wow. Now all three of them. Thomas just got out there as well on his bicycle. Now you know what? I'm feeling in danger if I'm on a bicycle in this situation. More than usual.
They're professionals. That's
Okay.
why they're doing this.
Right. Wave from Abdo.
Okay, so Brent, we're coming into the second part of the evening after the act.
Yeah.
Can you, if anyone is joining us just now, Brent, can you give us a lowdown on what happens next? Obviously, we had 20.
I think it was 24. I think after we had a couple of dropouts.
24 drivers.
Yeah. Drifters.
We're
That was another Omani Real in the jar for you.
I know, I'm getting a swear jar.
24.
It's not, but I just feel like
It's not my rule. Dude, don't look at me. It's not my rule. It's Red Bull's rule.
Okay, drifters. we've got 24 drifters take on the course with varying degrees of success. We've had some having more fun than others and some that have been all out chaos, but we love it. We love to see it.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the chaos.
Let's have a quick chat with people as we watch the Land Cruiser. I thought it was a Patrol, but it's actually, when I first saw it, but it's not. It's a Toyota Land Cruiser. Let's talk about the format.
Yes. Okay. So really, it's the same course. Very often, if you see one of the local qualifiers, the course gets bigger for the later rounds. But in this situation, it's the same course throughout the entire finals. So it'll be the same course that we've been running so far. However, it's going to be the final 10 drifters. So they're going to go through this. Now, it is going to be, I don't want to say worst score, lowest score will go first, all the way to highest score. So the number 10 spot will be your 293 point scoring leader, which is
that is Haitham Hadidi.
Okay, Haitham Hadidi had 293.
In the S13.
Yeah, he will go last.
293. Yeah. So yeah, we're doing front to back.
And so your lowest score will be getting, at least your 10th place will go first now. And then we'll get 5. We're looking for the final 5. We're not having a final 4 or a final 3 this year. It's a final 5.
See our Jamaican fans out here having some fun, having a party.
I love that. I love that. I mean, there's not many things in the Middle East that you can see Jamaica compete in. I will say that. And so I love the fact that Jamaica is in this competition. Very cool.
All right, guys, we are gearing up for the second part of the show, where this evening we will see the King of Drift crowned here at the World Final of the 2024 Oman Car Park Drift, the Red Bull Car Park Drift. We are looking forward to seeing what happens next.
Full stands, and I like this. Basically, we're kind of at halftime here, and look, nobody's left. Nobody going to the car park. Nobody going to the food festival nearby.
Let me tell you, the food festival's banging.
It is. Oh, I'm hitting that. After this, if it's still open, I'm hitting the food festival.
So let's take a look at our list of drivers. We need our top 10 coming up next.
Yep.
Which
Tell me about those drifters.
oh my God, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Hey, first year when I did this, probably 2017, I couldn't even get the word drifter out of my mouth. I totally feel you. I understand.
I'm taking a quick look at who I see on the line right now, and it is the S13. I'm pretty sure it's got a Georgian.
How can you see that?
Because I can tell by the headlights.
It's very
It's
impressive.
an S13. It's got a Georgian flag on top of it, which tells me that it is
all the things you have done.
Kodua.
Of all the things you've done today so far, that might be the most impressive. You can see. You're right. That is the Georgian flag. So that's Gorgio.
Like, when you spend as much time looking at drift cars as I do, you get to know an S13 front end, 14, 15. You can tell it a mile off. And by the end of this event, I would hope that you can hear a car and you'll be able to tell me straight away what engine it is.
Not a chance.
Come on.
Not a chance. I would love to have that talent. That's one of those skills that blows my mind. As you see this beautiful drone shot. You notice this is a drone shot, right? It's got to be a drone shot, yeah?
I'm not seeing. Yeah, it's a drone.
Yes.
The drone shot's always
It's
great.
so steady, though. I love all the work that is put into this live stream.
All right, here we go.
We have it. We have our top 10. And there you go. And you're right. Gorgia is indeed.
That top score is not right. I wrote that down as 293. So we will see how that all pans out. They're saying he got a 288.
It is possible that there was a correction for the score. As you see, scores
Maybe
are
there was. Maybe there was a
completely-
correction then. Well, he's still sitting in top spot. That's all that he minds about there. But he's definitely creeping a little bit closer to the Egyptian driver, Hisham Al-Khatib.
So you will see that all the scores now are wiped clear. Everybody starts on an even playing field as we look for our top 5. A little bit of pyrotechnics there. Pyrotechnics to start our second round. I like it.
Love the fireworks. Right. We have Georgi leaving the line, our Georgian driver. This is the second time they've seen the course, so it should be more familiar to them. Nice and tidy so far. That S13 is singing. As I said, now they've had one shot at it. They know where they maybe made mistakes before. They can definitely learn to correct them. Coming through the flip-flaps, this is great. He's really, see, first one out the door, got the pen jump, we've lost drift.
This is a nice run, yeah.
Yes, it was until we lost drift there, which was unfortunate.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that, though. All past indiscretions have been cleared. Now is time to do your best drift. There is no other time than now because 5 will be selected.
This little S13 is starting to lose her front bumper. Oh no.
Again.
Oh, no.
Hey, not required.
Hey, look at that. Do you know what? He actually managed to not hit the barrier with his car. He managed to do it with the front bumper. I don't think I've seen that.
Does that count, though? Does that count as hitting? Once the bumper leaves, is it no longer part of the car?
This car, it looks like to be having a few issues. It's straightening. It feels like it's extremely gripped up. It's just very nervous. It's not free-flowing. Like, what you really want to see is that fluidity from the driver so that they can float in and just it's looking extremely not comfortable to drive.
And a little, I don't want to say slow, but a little more deliberate than necessary, especially in the second round. The second round is when you want to start taking some chances. You want to make that, make that statement that you are here and you are here for the finals. You're not here just to qualify, as it takes out a couple of cones there.
Yeah, I'm looking.
That's a solid park, though, I'll say. It's kind of brought it forward. I'm not sure if that's going to be a problem.
The car looks incredibly gripped up. This looks, as I was saying when he did his first run, he's normally used to driving a sequential car, and he's gone back into a 5-speed, so maybe he just kept it in the lower gear. I don't know. I'd love to find out. I'd love to ask him what the crack was there. But the 600 horsepower 2JZS13 was looking extremely strong coming out the box there. Georgi has won the car park drift from Georgia 2 times, so he knows what he's in for, and you can clearly see that. Is very nicely done. It's so nice to see the car just transition. You see how here the car looks fluid, and the transition is nice, and it's.
And then right there, was it right there that it started to?
No, like as see, it's a big straight in there. He's come out of drift, so either maybe he was struggling with the gearbox there, back into gear, fire it down. Maybe I spoke too soon.
I don't know. It looks like a fine run. He did hit a couple of obstacles, but right there, it did look a little awkward.
Yeah, and somehow he might have been. I'm not sure as to when he broke the cable ties on his front bumper, but as he comes,
is it just cable ties?
Well, I'm sure.
Well, there's your
166. Yeah, this is impressive. See that the front bumper breaks away. Yeah. He doesn't actually hit the barrier with his car. He just does it. Oh, look at this guy. He's having a great time. So a score of 166, I believe. 66. Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be enough to get him into the top 5. I've got a feeling it's not, but otherwise it's been a nice evening.
It's been fun, right?
Yeah.
And I hope he got his bumper back. Ali Al-Balushi from Oman.
Okay.
I'm still hung up on the zip tie thing. Is that common? You just attach things on your car with zip ties?
Zip ties are life and probably one of the corest of the core ingredients to a drift car, because they trade bumpers, they trade paint when they're tandem drifting. So you tend to put a lot of things back together with zip ties.
Huh. The more you know.
Well, there you have it. Yeah. Okay, so another S13 coming to the line.
This is Ali Al-Balushi, hometown favorite, Oman in the house. One of our Oman drifters, still in the competition, in front of.
So can you tell me what engines are that?
Don't even try to test me. I don't know. A loud one. That's what it is.
So,
all right.
He's running a V8. Oi, oi, oi. That was
a little out of control there.
Oi, he's letting the car swing to a lot of angle. He's just chucking it. Catching that steering. I mean, just missed the pendulum there.
Hitting things you shouldn't hit, not hitting the things you should. It's all going sideways for Ali.
Ali Al-Balushi there, the Omani driver. He got to be good. Did a pretty good score. He had a 223 on the low 200s, but this is looking
sub that.
Maybe not as good as his first run, but let's just see how he ends it out. I mean, this car has a big V8, as you can see, hanging out the front of the car there.
Literally.
Yep, absolutely. Seeing, always as they're coming through this center section here, like just to keep it in drift or without straightening, just very nice. That was handled very nicely. I always love the pop-up headlights on these 13s. They're so good.
Yeah, but they have malfunctions a lot, right?
No.
Because
where are you getting this?
It's just another thing to fix.
Your info?
My dad. You don't want one of those. Just another thing to fix.
We're coming into the final part of the run, into the turbo. You see him, but his throttle commitment is not smooth. He's sort of being a little bit stabby here, which is causing the car to be.
It's interesting you say that, because I see. Well, until he stopped there, I saw a smooth run.
I'm just listening. Like he's big drag of the handbrake there.
Yeah.
Lock up the rear.
The park? Nice park. That's a good park.
No.
Is he in the wall? He's not in the wall, right?
He's not. He's good. It's nice. It's nice. Good job.
Gonna see.
Let's see what the Omani. See his tail light there. He's going to have to pop that back in.
Yeah, but zip tie. Just put a zip tie on that.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Be just fine.
Yep, absolutely. So you learn it. We'll make a drifter out of you yet.
I didn't realize I was so qualified to be a body repair mechanic. I do know how to use zip ties.
Okay, well, all you need is...
It's also handy on a flight if somebody gets out of control. Know how to use some zip ties.
Your references.
I'm so ready.
Yours and mine.
so
mine's
ready.
references are so different.
I can't tell you how ready I am to zip tie somebody on a plane. I'm just ready for one of the cabin crew to tell me,
Hey,
it's
dude,
go time. Let's go.
leave the fishes at home. This is so funny. A wonderful job being done here in the S13.
I was going to say, you're not talking about me doing this job. I'm definitely not doing a wonderful job. I'm here, though. I'm here for it.
It's good.
This is looking okay. I'm going to say this run is somewhat average.
It's okay.
It's like my grades in college. Pretty average. 200, though. Actually, for Ali Al-Balushi of Oman, 200 points is solid for that run, I feel.
Yeah, not an improvement, but this is what we said. You know, it was a good run, but not an improvement on his original score. So I don't think that it's going to be good enough just yet, but we will see. Who have we got on the line now? We've got Mohammed
Al-Mansouri from the UAE.
He was actually one of the last drivers that we saw coming to the table. He put a 222 points.
Triple two. Yeah.
Here we go. We're back out in the S15.
I know if you know this, but license plates in like the UAE where he's from, if you had 222, that would be multi-million. Just for the plate.
Yeah, so it's a bit like in the UK when you have 3 digits, 2 digits, 4 digits, 222. Is that right?
You can buy that. Yeah. They have auctions and
All
stuff.
right, see if he's going to get the pendulum. Very good. So far, this is a really nice clean run. This might be a redemption story. Very good. Oh.
A little bit of a hesitation there on the figure 11 coming through.
This is good though. You're really having to work the handbrake. This again, using that left foot brake to pin the car. You did manage to blow one of the cones down with the exhaust there. But I mean,
was it just the exhaust?
It's backfiring. Can you see? Like every time that backfires and pops, I'm coming into the first box.
Well, that
Clean
used
up.
to be a box. It's not a box anymore. No, it's just
Clean up on all 3.
It's a lid.
He's absolutely bashing the rev limiter in this car. You see he's floating it in. You see, you can hear like he was
nice in that
on
second
it,
box,
and then just floating in on the handbrake and the clutch, just deciphering his moment as to when he was going to get back on the power. But it's just down to some clever steering at that point. Hit the flipper.
And then
across
the way.
Going into that turbo. Yeah. Hopefully he can do this nice and tidy. Slight hesitation coming in there. Now you mentioned the tiny baby cones, I've just noticed them.
Aren't they adorable? I actually thought about stealing one earlier. I thought, they'll never miss one baby cone, right? It's so cute. Into the park for Mohammed Al-Mansouri from the UAE. Very nice park.
That was pretty good.
I think it's going to be a decent
It's pretty
score.
good. I don't think that's going to make it into the top 3 though yet. But stranger things have happened.
That's a sub 200 run. Sub 200?
No, I think that's a high 200s to be fair.
Let's see what happens. Mohammed Al-Mansouri, UAE, a veteran. He's been doing this for years. I don't know how many years, but he's been doing it ever since I've been doing this, since 2016, I'd say, at least, but probably more than that. There's a really good culture of drifting in the UAE.
There is amazing drivers. I like you said earlier, we were chatting about how the UAE has taken drifting on and really created its own culture with it. There's a lot of drifting out here. I mean, obviously, there is various national championships, including the OIDC, which is the Omani International Drift Championship, which a lot of drivers from I've seen from Europe come across to. It's great. We love driving with the Middle Eastern drivers. We've had them in Drift Masters as well. It's brilliant to see how the different talents across the world gel when they get on track with each other. But this is a very different discipline, this car park drift. It's, single runs. You're fighting yourself. You're
I got to point out, that is an excellent run, 242. He not only got
20 points better than his original run. So do you know what? I stand corrected. Oh, because it was that
well,
there.
that
It was
wall
that
is
there
that
where I
wall.
was like,
Yeah.
it's maybe not.
That was the biggest, obviously the biggest issue.
Beautiful. Ahmed Daham.
Again, the prettiest car from the Jordanian.
Yep.
Ahmed Daham.
Guys and girls, obviously we saw Ahmed put on a solid run there in this GR86 carbon Kevlar B58 engine, sequential gearbox. This is a brand new chassis that's just been built, only made it to the track, I think, in the afternoon yesterday. But let's see what he can do. Lots of wheel speed, lots of smoke, committed, just a little bit too short there. Oy, 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 over rotation. I spoke too soon.
Not what you want to do, Ahmed.
That's upsetting. Like I said, this is a short wheelbase car, so you know what? This is brand new. He's thinking, oh goodness, do I really want to put the rear axle in the wall here?
Hit that pendulum with authority.
Yeah, I think he's probably slightly irritated.
I'm telling you, he's driving angry. That's what happens when a couple of things go wrong and you're like, ah.
But he's making haste through the course. So, like the rest of this so far has been nice, but
Really
that
good.
over rotation will have hurt his score a lot.
Got another barrel there all the way across and he's losing part of that beautiful car. The rear bumper seems to be coming off, and there goes some wall in the first box, all the way around the course to box number 2. Hopefully do a little less damage. That kind of hurts my feelings that he's damaged his car a little bit because it's so pretty. Pretty good job through that second box. Over to the roundabout. Just a little slow through it. I'm not sure if there's a hesitation there or they're just trying to get that.
That's so upsetting, that brand new lovely rear
know.
bumper. But it's carbon Kevlar. It'll be great. You see the way it's flexing? That'll easily just pop back up. So don't worry about it.
Buff it right out, I'm sure.
Quite a buff. We'll probably have to employ some of those lovely things that you just realised are not for restraint. They're actually for repairing bumpers.
You can't zip tie that back and make it right.
Yeah,
okay?
of course you can.
That's going to take some Bondo and some body work.
No, that is absolutely fine. That is Ahmed Daham making his way into the parking space there at the end of the run. Unfortunately, I think that first over rotation, the first segment in the flip flaps will have hurt his score, and I don't think that we will be seeing him in the final 5. But
You never know.
a valiant effort,
I'm still going to say you never know.
I feel like an overrote though is like not it.
If you do a donut, you're saying if you do an unexpected donut in the middle of the course, you might be, chucked out of the top 5. Maybe, probably.
Well, all I know is that an over rotation is 0 in the run and drifting. So
You mean DNF? You don't get to.
yeah, dude. If you went out and did a qualifying run
Really?
and over rotated, that's a 0.
And here it is. It's coming right here, and it's like, ooh, wow. Well, he's definitely going to get it. I'm saying he's going to get a score here. I don't know what you guys do in your la-di-da European League, but over here.
Cut the attitude. Cut the attitude.
You should get extra points for how hard he hit the pendulum.
Yeah, do you know what? The run was really clean. It's just a shame. Just a shame because he's a very experienced, incredible driver. Ahmed Daham coming all the way from Jordan. He's got several cars. This is the latest of his cars. 144.
Yeah, 144 points.
Not bad.
Not great. Probably not going to get him in the top.
Considering he got
5,
a 248-point run on his first run.
You got to be disappointed.
Yeah. Okay, we're back on the line with one of Tarek Shahani coming from Oman.
Probably just down the street.
No, he's not far away, I know for a fact. See that Magnuson supercharger hanging out the bonnet there. This is a loud car. Him and his brother make the most noise when they come out. His brother's not driving today, but he is. So in his first run, he put a 258 on the board. Goodness me, the noise off this thing. The S13. This is tidy so far. I'm liking it when drivers come in and they do this, like they get the front headlight pinned to, what would you call that? The tower.
Front headlight pin?
Yeah.
Explain to me what you're talking about.
If you have the front headlight pinned to the obstacle, that means you're really working that left
Oh, I
brake.
see.
And
Okay. You're speaking metaphorical.
Right. People on the live stream will know what I'm talking about.
I'm telling you, they didn't hire me to know what I'm talking about. They hired me for my fantastic personality. through the 360.
Right. The noise on this car is just huge. It's huge. The supercharger before it's NA. good though.
Into the first box. Tarek is doing great. This is what we would expect from a second round run. This kind of clean, loud, smoke-filled performance.
Yeah, that is crazy. Oy, oy, oy. It's
Through to the second box. Not bad. It has been very challenging. I'm going to say
this is a
that's
great
pretty
run.
solid, yeah.
This is a great run from Tariq Al-Shahani here.
To the
really
roundabout.
Smooth. Oh, yeah.
Well.
We spoke too soon. I don't know. I'm just going to stop predicting things.
Yeah.
That's a real shame because this was really clean. Really clean. And just, it's so easy for this to happen, especially when you're carrying a lot of speed, that the car just comes in and the steering just runs away from you. Been there, so I feel this pain.
I feel like because of the distance, these drifters have to go across back and forth. Maybe there are more opportunities for those kind of donut maneuvers accidentally happening.
No, it's literally the car swinging out. Like he's coming, he needed to slow down. That's a great park as well. Oh, it's not too bad. I couldn't see.
It was a good park. He did hit a barrel as he was parking. Unfortunately, that'll cost him as well. But wow, what could have been, right?
A great drive for Tariq Al-Shahani, but I don't think he's going.
Yeah.
Maybe he will improve. I don't want to predict.
Yeah, because you never know what these judges are thinking.
I do not.
They're seeing, I will tell you, there are 2 floors above us in this broadcast area. Yeah, they are. It's like the penthouse VIP too. It looks so good.
Look where we are.
I'll bet they're not in air conditioning. I'll bet they're not next to an air conditioner that had to be taped up so it didn't blow on us.
Well, you know, it's down to our judges right now, and just to give you guys a recap of who our judges are for this evening, we have Jean-Pierre Nasrallah, who has been the judge since 2008 at Red Bull Car Park Drift, so he knows his stuff. He's seen a lot of Red Bull Car Park Drift, so he's going to really expect a lot from his drivers. Vernon Zwaneveld, international judge. He is from the Netherlands, and he is actually one of our Drift Masters judges. And Wadha Ukba, president of the Emirates Drift Championship. Between these 3 guys, they've seen a lot of drifting. They know what they want. Oh, I definitely missed that on Tariq's run there, just knocking a few cones over.
How could you see? I mean, there's so much smoke.
That is true. Sound and smoke. He's smacking it when it comes to that. I do like those cars. It's a very well put together and well turned out vehicle. Tidy.
You like the word tidy, I noticed.
It's an English thing.
What does it mean exactly?
Tidy. What do you mean tidy?
Well, to me, tidy is clean.
Yeah, exactly.
It's clean.
Yeah, but a clean run would be a good run, right?
True.
So tidy.
But then a car is tidy?
Yeah, it's tidy. Yeah, it's clean.
187 points for Tariq Al-Shahani.
Mr. Al-Shahani.
For the local here in Oman.
What was the points?
187.
Yeah, so he had a 2:58 when he first rocked out the gate for his run 1. I think as we're starting to whittle down the drivers, the judges are going to be harsher on the scores. And we have the E36. Now I remember this run, and the E36 it was a very, very good run. Pro Drift Academy up the side of the car from the UAE.
Mohammed Shahab. Fun fact, the only drifter who usually hugs me on the way in to the carport drift. I don't know. He's a hugger. I like him. I love him.
He's a good driver, though. I know that for a fact. I need to stop saying things. Coming through the flip-flops here. The E36 are a really wonderful car to drive, so we should be having a lot of fun out there.
I wonder if there's some nerves happening here in the second round, because some really fantastic drifters are, making some really easy mistakes that they didn't even make in the first round. And Shahab coming into a couple of barrels and things there. Let's see if he can, as you say, tidy up this run.
Tidy? Do you know what I just realised? Tidy is actually a Welsh saying. It's not English.
Are you Welsh?
I mean, I'm an Evans.
I don't know what that means. Mohammed Shahab.
I'm not Welsh at all.
Back
I'm
on
sure
it.
I am Welsh. Let's not talk about my ancestry. Let's talk about E36. That is very nicely just floated in.
Yeah, he made that look easy, right?
Yeah, I have a good feeling about this run, but he did a fantastic run for his first one, so he wants to build on it. Yeah, he's hungry, and so far nobody has improved on their... one driver has improved on their score, Mr. Al Mansouri. So let's take a look right now. Mohammed Shahab in the BMW E36. He had 246 points.
Yeah, not going to
going
get
into this.
that.
I think he is.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I'm being serious. This is good.
In the turbo, even though he
dude.
he did hit a couple of things, a couple of obstacles he wasn't supposed to.
I'm gonna throw it out there.
Into
This
the
is
final park.
This is nice.
Well, it was an all right park.
It's
Not
okay.
the best. In fact, that rear wheel was out. I'm not sure he'll get any points for that park. That may cost him. That sound was Becky running out of sugar-free Red Bull. If somebody could deliver one to the broadcast studio, there you go. As we say adieu to Shahab there and get a quick look at his
There's one
replay.
left. I stashed it.
Was there only one left?
Yeah.
What a shame.
This was all looking great. And see what I mean when I said hugged the towers, like.
Right. Yeah, and that's what you want to do in
You want
these
to pin.
figure eights.
You want to pin the headlight, your front wheel, nice and tidy around there. Then you want to be nice and fluid through here, which is exactly what. That was a little bit wide
Yeah,
there.
see, he did. He took
It's
out,
okay.
and a lot of drifters have been taking out that first flapper barrel, just completely wiping it out. So got that pendulum, which is key and also has been difficult for drifters tonight.
So you're gonna start singing them.
Into the figure 11.
In the night. Huh?
No, I'm trying to ignore your singing because you brought up like 12 different songs older than me, and I was like, is she going to the classics? Is it really happening?
I'm trying to connect.
Mohammed Shahab, solid score, 258 points. Was I sleeping through that run? Because I thought that wasn't going to be nearly as
but
good.
I told you that was a good run.
258
That was an
points
improvement, and I did tell you.
for the UAE's Mohammed Shahab.
Very good. Very
And
good.
Zakaria Salwan from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that's cute. I love it when they give the little like hearts.
That's cute.
What a great
oh,
guy.
and blew a kiss.
What a great
Oh,
guy.
Zakaria,
Actually,
wow. Look at I love some personality. Yeah, it's something that I think there should be points on. I think she should get points for drifter personality.
Yeah, there's a lot of personalities kicking around these pits, and you can certainly see it in their driving as well. This is nice.
Zakaria
All right.
for his second run in the second round, hoping to make it to the
Boom.
top 5.
Collected. Boom. Collected.
Very nice.
Boom. Collected. Very good.
Into the pendulum. Oh, no. You do not want to miss the pendulum in the second round. You never want to miss it, but that was a particularly bad time to lose a lot of points by not just absolutely nailing it. A little yoga ball there. Into the 360. Very nicely done. Coming around all the way on the opposite side of this course for box number 1.
Yep. This is looking good. Very
Solid.
tidy. Very, very tidy coming through the box there.
Very nice.
As you can see by the consistent trail of smoke coming out the back of his car, he is committed with the throttle, which I'm sure the judges are looking for. On the handbrake right now, just trying to control the speed. That was very nice. Just a slight nudge, but just needed to get back on the power.
Yeah, that was not a great run through the second
But
box.
still very good, very tidy. Again, you've got to understand the difficulty of coming down on the power. Look, that's floated in just nice. Very good. Very good. The Shrimp Nation car doing a great job.
Shrimp Nation. I've never
I
been.
want to try it. It's making me try it. You know what? The advertising's working good because all I can think about right now is dinner.
Into the turbo. Wherever you are listening, whether it's dinner or breakfast, we appreciate you on Red Bull Motorsports. Thank you for having us on. My name is Brent Black with Becky.
Evans.
It's my first time. It's my first time with Becky Evans, so that's why I had to.
I'm not actually Welsh. I've just got.
Zakaria from Saudi Arabia.
Are you laughing at your own joke?
No, I'm just laughing. I'm laughing at my ineptitude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting a big wave there to the crowd. Love that. Good personality. Love
That was a
that.
great run. That was a great run. I'm intrigued to see his score now coming back to the replay.
I think that might be really solid. I think that might be a really good score.
Yeah, I mean, he put a 277 on the board for the first run, but I think maybe I think he'd be lucky to do a couple of points better, but we will see anyway. We'll let the judges speak, not us. What do we know? What do we know?
Well, I don't know much. You are a fountain of knowledge about drifting, though.
Do you know what they would call that? They would call it the salmon of knowledge. It's an Irish saying.
The salmon? As you see, he just, and I love that we're seeing the replay here. That was paper thin, unfortunately.
Yeah. Just so hard to get it right. Oh, you can see she's throwing a backy there. Backwards entry.
Right there.
Very nice.
Through the figure 11. That was beautiful. This is actually a really nice exchange here into the 316.
You know, I'll tell you an interesting fact about this guy, Zakaria Selawan, is the fact that he's a very good freestyle quad rider. He's big at
quad bikes?
Quad bikes, that's it. Absolutely loves it.
Multi-talented.
Multi-talented. He's a winner of the Saudi Arabia car park drift and winner of drift in the Saudi Games. And this car is very nicely put together. Very tidy. I know I said that word a lot.
And he got a nice sponsorship. I always appreciate a good sponsorship that's, you know,
non-endemic.
Right. It's not a motorsports sponsor, you know. It's just like, it's shrimp.
It's shrimp.
I mean,
Brent's like, yo.
I feel like
it's just some shrimp.
You're Mr. Big Time if you get somebody that's not like motorsports related as your sponsor. And there you go, 219 points for Zakaria Selawan.
Unfortunately, not a progression on his first score, but still pretty good.
Currently still in the top 5.
You know more about the
shrimp
points. Does the higher score carry through, or is it literally score?
It does not.
It does not carry through. Okay, so
we will talk about final round soon, but we can't see this.
This has got a lot of grip, a lot of grip in this S15. Very noisy V8 in there.
And this is a fantastic lit undercarriage.
Yeah, S15 running Origin Lab kit. It looks to me like a big Country Labs wing on there. And no matter how big the wing is, there just wasn't enough. He didn't manage to get it out there to the pendulum. Hard on the handbrake. Tidy though coming in. Great run so far. The car's absolutely on rails, and that's what you want. Pin the front wheel to the barrel. A little bit stop-starty stabby with the throttle, but we're looking for some fluidity now as he comes out of there and into the first box. This will tell a lot, because this is where a lot of drivers are losing a bit of pace and a little bit of accuracy. No, very good. This car has got so much power. The forward bite is incredible. You can see as soon as he puts the pedal to the metal, the car is off and moving. There's not so much wheel spin that he is losing any time. This has been very good so far. Very tidy. Stop saying tidy, Rebecca.
If it wasn't for the disrespect he put on the pendulum, this would be a perfect run, I think, into...
It's very good. Very good.
Got that flapper.
I thought he was going to have fluidity through there.
It was all right. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate the way he went through that. It was all right. I do see that jerkiness you're talking about, how it's not quite just as smooth.
It's not smooth.
But the control is there. That's the thing. He's controlling the car very well.
But also, every time you see this rear wheel lock, that's him pulling the handbrake, and that's jerking the car, you know? Like, that's stopping the momentum forwards. Like,
to me, I'm just saying that's an artist doing his work.
Yeah,
his rear tire was out of the box there.
A slight step up. But I don't, as I said, it's a difficult job. We can't take anything away from these drivers to do it, put it all on the line in front of people, under a time pressure, under the lights. A very good job.
Ahmed Al-Amri.
So he got a 278 in his first run, so this is going to tell a lot as to where he sits in this second round of competition.
And as he is from here in Oman, maybe that pressure, I don't know. Home court advantage means so much when you got people cheering you on, but also does it overexcite you? Do you lose focus a little bit? Like right there, look at that. And I feel like this is happening a lot because of the speed these guys have. They are cascading a little air around that ball, and so they're missing the pendulum.
Yeah, it's hard. Like the commitment that you need to keep the car out wide, especially if you're on a slightly longer chassis, like it's longer wheelbase chassis. It can be. You need to really know where your rear. Sorry, just lost the microphone there. You really need to know where your rear wheels are to get that just right. But again, it's a difficult job when you come in at something like that at speed. I'd love to see you give it a go. I always think this. You know, we're always like giving out about the driving. I know myself that if it was me driving out there, I wouldn't be able to do as good a job as him. And that is a great score on the board anyway.
Look at that. 278.
A 278. Was very good.
Is that the top so far in round 2?
Yeah. I think it
Maybe the top score, 278. Hisham Al-Khatib, Red Bull athlete. Lines up and is off to his second run in this Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final. That figure 8 starts it off.
He actually matched his first score, which is impressive.
Interesting. Really went too far, but I mean, still, he hit all the flappers.
That was very good. He is coming at this with a lot of speed. We can see a bit of a lift from the bonnet there. A lot of speed coming in. You see when the back end starts to get a little bit trolley-like, you know that there's he needs to bring it back and get it back into control a little bit. But there is definitely a lot of sound coming out there, a lot of smoke.
I'm seeing a lot of confidence as well in this run. Like he's very confident
definitely.
that he knows exactly where he needs to put this car.
Yep. Pin the front wheel, nice round the barrel.
This looks really good. And again, Red Bull athlete. You would kind of expect it, and that's what we're getting right now through the first box. Just a bit of a hesitation at the end getting out, but still very nice. Yeah.
This is a fast run. Like you can see just quite how quickly he's commencing through the course.
Yeah, we talk about how it's not a race, but this feels like it's a time trial. It feels like he's trying to speed through. Into the turbo, this is called. Which I believe is I think this is a new obstacle.
It's because if you were to look at it from an aerial, it is like a turbo.
Like a turbo.
You know what a turbo is, right?
The turbocharger?
Correct.
Yeah. I was told that earlier. That's not my knowledge. That's borrowed knowledge. That was a really nice park. That was an amazing run. Good job, dude. Hisham Al-Khatib from Egypt, Red Bull athlete.
Now, see, this is going to be very interesting to see what he puts on the board because he'd had 283 points in his first run, and I will say that was very nicely done. Quite aggressive through the first section. This was nice.
I felt like this whole
this
run.
Could be the best run that we've seen so far.
No. I think just
a great drive.
A little aggressive on one of these flappers.
Yeah, see, he's kind of,
right
this
here,
swing here, it's this transition.
And a lot of people are making that really rough hit on that second flapper, right?
It's called a transition when the car, goes from the left to the right when it does a weight transition. So when he's going through the flappers, it's called a transition.
Hold on here. Look, they're looking to see if it's the side of the car or the rear of the car, and it was the side of the car.
Good.
So that's actually bad. You actually want to hit it with the rear of the car.
Oh,
so if it hits the side of the car,
so
he
was too deep in the zone, basically.
He unfortunately won't get the points for that pendulum, which is going to cost him
That's a shame.
I know, that beautiful run. But yeah, it's supposed to be behind the rear wheel where you hit that pendulum.
He's chasing a better score right now because he put a high one on the board already. It'll be very interesting to see what he does from this moment forwards. Hisham Al-Khatib put 283 points.
He is not going to get that this time, unfortunately.
I don't know. Because so far his only indiscretion is the side of the car hitting the pendulum. The rest of it, solid. Really fast. Really stable.
If he gets 200,
and look at this here, he's just floating nicely in on the handbrake, kept the power, and there's still smoke coming from the back of the car, which is good.
226.
Oh.
Now who's knowledgeable in the sport of drifting?
I thought that was going to be. I thought that was going to be.
It was a good run. Hey, 226 is a good score, no doubt. But 283 is, it's crazy.
Yeah, you got a 283 last time.
Yeah. I just want to paint the picture right now as we see Haitham Hadidi from Oman come up, ready to go. This desk in front of us is littered with empty sugar-free Red Bull cans.
All right, let's see.
This is a good look.
Coming out strong, managing the car side to side, super tight on that first tower there. Haitham Al-Hadidi, the young driver from Oman, is keen to put a great score again on the board because he topped points in the first run. So he knows he can do this. This is good so far. It's accurate. Just tipping the barrel there. This is lovely. This is lovely from the 26-year-old. Nice. Rear quarter of the car. Perfect. You can see that front splitter wobbling away there, but that doesn't matter as long as he can make all the right moves. This is very good so far.
That was a very sneaky entrance into the figure 11.
But he's just setting the car up, positioning it just nice. He's not using too much speed through here because he knows it needs to be really accurate, really precise. This is good.
The idea is make no mistakes. Once you get to this point and you see, okay, there's a couple of good runs in this round, but maybe if I make no mistakes, I can just slide through to the finals just by doing a perfect run. And so far, he is.
This is very good indeed. S13 shattering away there, high up on the revs. He's just coming in on the handbrake. Still some smoke coming from the back of the car. That is just lovely.
Box number 2. Good job, dude. Then all the way to the roundabout.
He's flying through there. This is good.
Got that flapper. Very good.
Tentative coming into there. Are we back? We got a microphone back. Perfect. See that car backfiring. He's working the throttle, working the front brake, really using all of those tools that he has available to him. This is nice. A little bit slow coming through there, but who am I to judge?
I think he's just going by the make no mistakes. If he does a solid park here, I think this is a perfect run.
So far I haven't seen a mistake.
Outside the park, but still good. Still a really solid run there by the Red Bull athlete, Haitham Hadidi from Oman.
This will be interesting. The last park was the only bit that let him down because the rest of it was very good. It was very good. There was a few times when we saw him kind of check himself up, not really have the fluidity that the judges really talked about seeing, but I can't judge him at all. This was absolutely lovely through here. Really, just, it wasn't him hitting the barrel, it was just him absolutely expertly putting the rear of the car exactly where he needed to be.
Very deliberate, very, very deliberate run. Now, once you get a little experience in this course, they had 2 practice runs yesterday, and now this is the second round today, so they kind of know the course a little bit more. They feel more comfortable probably. They're like, I know what I did last round that I can improve on, and I think that was definitely an improvement, although he had a fantastic score the first time around, right?
Yeah, he did. Well, he topped the board with his score, so
this is the final.
He was looking to improve. It'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. What are the judges going to reward here? I mean, he is extremely accurate, but for that accuracy, he has sacrificed a little bit of fluidity and a bit of speed going through the course. Not through these center sections, but, as he's working his way through the turbo there, I could see him kind of hesitating because he's just inching the car forwards.
As we wait for that score.
Okay.
And the judges are taking their time, but that was our 10th drifter. That was the final drift of second round. So after this will be your final 5. It'll be the finals. So everybody is kind of waiting on this score to find out.
Yeah, this is very important, guys. We're getting down to the business end of the championship. These guys have fought from all over the world to get through the qualifiers, to get themselves into the finals as we see them here. And we're down to the final 5 already. Can you believe it? Where does the time go when you're having fun? Brent, have you enjoyed?
Oh my gosh.
Have you been having fun?
It goes every year. Every year I do this. It's just like, what was that? It's like a blur when it's over. It's like, oh my gosh, did that really just happen? As you get that score, 276 points. Haitham Hadidi from here in Oman. And he's going to make it through to the final 5. It sounds weird to say final 5.
I know. You know what? 276 is a really, really good score, but I wonder if they penalized him, for that hesitation.
Probably. There are a few things, and the judges can really, especially when you get into the second and third round, they look at things much closer than that first round. They'll forgive some things, I think, early on. As you see Abdel Fagali do another taxi ride with a lucky passenger. As all the numbers and everything are tabulated, and we figure out who our final 5 are. Now, here's the thing about the last round. You want to know some things about the last round?
I was going to say the last run, I was just having a little bit of intel in my ear just there that Hytham actually towards the end of that run, the car was starting to slightly overheat, which would have impeded his speed, which would explain that hesitation that I was seeing.
I wonder if that's going to be a problem for the finals, if he's having some issues with overheating now.
Interesting. Sometimes it can just be temporary. Maybe it was just that he...
Just throw an ice pack. Just throw an ice pack on it.
That's exactly what they do when the cars come in. Normally, if they're overheating, they've literally got a guy with a little, like the little pumpers with the weed killers.
Yeah.
They have one of those.
They spray it down?
Yeah, like a spray it down, yeah.
Not with water.
Yeah, just straight to the radiator.
Really?
Yeah, 100%.
Huh. I always thought that was bad. I thought it was bad you could crack your engine block or something if you put a cold water on a hot engine, no?
No, they literally just spray down the radiators just to try
all the things I learned being a hillbilly are wrong. It's very frustrating.
I mean, I don't want to ruin your idea of how things are, but I'm just talking about drifting. Remember that I have niche knowledge. This is my niche. You're sat in it.
I had an old Chevy pickup when I was like 17, and it was overheating, and I took it into a car wash and started spraying it down. I started spraying the engine down, and somebody started saying, "You're gonna crack your engine that way." And I'm like, well, I don't know.
If you'd have sprayed the rad, then it would have been fine. But look, I mean, at the end of the day,
I still look like
was it fine?
Idiot. I was an idiot.
Was it fine?
Well, probably.
It's a Chevy. What did you say? C10 truck?
No, it's a V8 Silverado. It was an old school. Anyway, not the point here. I'm just saying I didn't know you actually sprayed down your engine if it's overheating. So that's fascinating. So hopefully Hytham can get that thing cooled down and make his way to the final 5. Would you like to know how the finals work?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll figure out who our final 5 drifters are. And then just like the first 2 rounds, they will run through this course, right? The thing that you won't know is the score they get. After each run, the score is kept secret because we have to have our ceremony where we find out who is the king of drift. So you can kind of play the game yourself. You can kind of score these drifters as Abdul Fagali really picks up the speed on the course with this taxi run. You can kind of play along and try to figure out the score you think and who you think is going to win. So, yeah, play along with us. Be the judge at home or wherever you are. Thank you so much for having us on and streaming us through Red Bull Motorsports. This is Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final 2024 from the Sultanate of Oman in beautiful Muscat. We do appreciate you. And again, if this is your first time ever seeing it, drifting is a really cool, amazing, different kind of sport. And I think you should definitely check it out. Some of the old streams, I think all the old finals are still on YouTube.
100%. That's where I learned about what was happening over here. Drifting is having such a moment in the world right now. It's fantastic to see so many brands are really putting money, energy, love behind the motorsport that we love so much. We are seeing unprecedented numbers at drift events. We're seeing unprecedented amounts of attention online. Social media has been going crazy with clips of drifting and many people wanting to get involved and join the sport. So this wouldn't be possible without the people that help to put our sport on the pedestal where I think that it definitely belongs. I mean, let's have a look at that. I mean, obviously, big thank you to Red Bull for even putting on this event for us in the first place.
It gives you wings.
It sure does. But we also have to thank the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism here in Oman, Nissan, Red Bull Mobile, the Oman Automobile Association, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Youth, Virgin Oman Radio and Mubasha for making this event possible, and all these wonderful people coming out tonight, and you guys listening at home, wherever you are in the world, to the Red Bull Car Park Drift World Finals here in Oman. Thank you very much. I love it.
Drop us a comment, like the video, like the live stream. We appreciate you. Oh, look who's here! Look at that.
We have a paramotor.
Was this planned? I don't know if this is planned or not. This is Horatio, right? Wow, that is so dangerous. Did you see how fast he? That's incredible. So if you are just checking us out on the live stream, This is an athlete named Horatio. Oh, look at that with the moon. Oh my gosh, that was beautiful.
It's so pretty.
He opened the show by doing some tricks along with a partner. And yeah, he's got a little motor there. And so this is called paramotoring. I've never heard of it. I know, Becky, you'd never heard of it either.
Well, I thought it was paragliding, but I didn't want to get it wrong. So, look, it's all good.
Well, paragliding, I don't think has a motor.
No, I think you're right.
So I think paragliding is just paragliding. And this is, this
It's really impressive.
is it looks very dangerous. It's cool. It's cool. But, I mean, again, how do you practice something like this? How do you practice, like, there's no, like, training. There's no simulators. That's really cool. Coming in for a landing. Oh, look at this. Look at the feet. Look at the feet.
That's really good. Look at the little sparks coming from it.
That's cool.
I think we have a performer on as well who will be local. This is brilliant. You know, I'm all for the showmanship. He is working those forearms right now, trying to get this thing to slow down. I was like, yo, he's getting an arm pump.
I'm not sure
You know what? He's going around.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to stop. Yeah, it would be a disaster if he's actually trying to stop. I think this is part of the show. This is Haitham Rafi, an Omani singer, first Omani artist to compete and challenge Indian singers, and is considered the #1 Omani artist in the music industry. Wow.
That's awesome. I'm going to sneeze. One second. Turn my microphone off.
Oh, no. I don't think we've ever had a sneeze in the live feed, so go for it. Bless you. You don't get that in, normal media. You don't get live sneezing. I think there should be more of that.
I wanted to save the public from that. What's your sneeze style?
Explain. What do you mean by that?
Like, some people try and keep it in. Some
No.
people
I think the worst thing, I think you would
Like,
die.
my
You'd die
dad
if you keep in a sneeze.
That's not true, though, because I did that then and it didn't stick.
You did not keep that in. That was. There's germs all over this desk now. It's fine. It's your right.
I need to stop saying hey now. I heard myself. Now I've started to do commentary, and it's a stream of consciousness. I realize the same silly things come
That's
up
all I
in my
do,
brain all the
dude.
time.
All I do is stream of consciousness. That is somehow.
But it's worrying though, because I swear to God, my algorithms on the internet are tapped at this point.
I want to point out the fact that all of our acts, I think, are now. It's like the big grand finale before the finals.
Yep.
All of our acts are joining together to show this crowd, this capacity crowd here in Muscat.
Yeah. So we have our side acts. Obviously, we have Horatio Lawrence, who is the aerial legend and a 5-time world champion. He's been out there showing us how to paramotor. And then we have Thomas Ola. He's a 2-time Guinness World Book of Records holder.
I like it. I've got you saying Guinness Book now.
I know. I was like, yes, Guinness Book of World Records. He's a 2-time holder.
That holder. He's got a Guinness World Record, okay? And then you've got Abdul Rahman in the Land Cruiser there on 2 wheels, which is crazy. And then Abdul Fagali, the drifting legend. And they're all just kind of doing
going
their thing.
on.
Yeah.
It's a melee. It's a melee of skill.
It's a
skill and talent that we could only ever dream of.
A symphony of danger.
Absolutely. Look, we
Look
could
at
only
that.
dream
Look
of
at
being
that. Okay.
talented.
Who is most at risk here? I mean, who do you feel like? I think it's Horatio.
I'd say Horatio.
Yeah, I think it.
I mean, if I had to pick my place in all of this, I'd probably be in the drift car, but he's giving it.
I wouldn't want to be in the drift car because I would kill the rest of the guys.
How
I would
close the edge of
That's
the
crazy.
glider is to the ground. Yeah, it's impressive. Very impressive.
Was very
display
cool.
of skill. Like I said, do you know what? We should probably not give up our day jobs, Brent.
I've never seen anything quite like that. That was something special. With the addition of Horatio in his paramotor, that was so impressive. I'm scared for all of them. And then Abdo is kind of going crazy with the Nissan 400 there, putting out a lot of smoke, a lot of donuts, and here they are again. I mean, are they communicating together? Was this all just kind of, hey, let's just see what happens? Do you just kind of freestyle it and say, All right, you do your thing, I'll do my thing, and it'll be great.
There's so much going on. We're going to let you guys enjoy the show for just a second whilst we take a quick drink, and we'll be right back with you in just a second as we head into our final five.
All right, final five. Very excited for this. Who will be the king of drift?
We'll find out.
I don't want to alarm you, Becky, but we have our top five.
Look at that. Ahmed Al-Amri coming in the top spot.
By 2 points.
By 2 points, yeah. 278, followed by Haitham Hadidi, the winner from the first round with 276. In third, Mohammed Shahab with 258. And then Mohammed Hassan Al-Mansouri with 242 points. And then bringing up the last and final spot in our final five is Hisham Al-Khatib with 226. So we have
2 Omanis, 2 Emiratis, or 2 UAE, I should say, drifters, and Egypt.
I know.
There you go.
Good spread. Good spread. The local boys are definitely putting on a show. But do you know what? There's been some fantastic driving. And just to let you know, guys, there is 300 points available on the table. Abdo Fagali, our race director, the technical, the guy who's put this course together for our drivers, just waving goodbye to the crowd. Ready to get going with the final five.
So here we are. This is it.
Yeah, this is it.
There's nothing left to leave behind.
We're going to find out who is going to be crowned
this
the
final
king of
round.
drift.
Yes, this is it. And this is the most exciting part. Usually at this point, and I know this is your first Red Bull Car Park Drift finals, the energy is higher. And usually I can't help myself from getting
it's
super
exciting.
excited. So forgive me before.
You going to start shouting?
As Abdo gives one last tip of his Red Bull hat in the Nissan Z400. Available at your local Nissan.
You just had to pop that in there. Love it.
They're not paying me, but I'm happy to do it.
Yet.
Not with that attitude. Hisham Al-Khatib, your lowest score in round 2 will go first, and then it'll go all the way to the highest score.
Okay.
So the Red Bull athlete, Hisham Al-Khatib.
Of our 5, we can see the brake lights on, clicked into gear. He's got the signal from the starter. We're ready to go, guys.
Let's see what the Egyptian has got. Into the figure 8.
Okay, this is nice. That's very tidy. He needs to get himself moving. Very good. All right.
Really working on that, the smoke coming out of the back. I feel like he's doing...
a bit far. But this is fine. You can see him really working the steering there, get those transitions. Lovely and fluid. He's got a lot of speed coming through here. That was great as well, the rear quarter. Not the door. That's what they're looking for. The judges are looking for that rear quarter. Coming into, what would you call this, the 11th?
This is the figure 11.
Figure 11.
And then a 360. This is a really nice looking run, but of course you need a nice looking run because this is the finals. This is it.
Yeah, he's working the handbrake there to make sure the car is not getting away from him. Through the center section, I can see him just flying past me out the window here into the first box, being nice and clever with his inputs. See him really working the wheel, but he's not biting the car. That's the main thing that you want to see, that he's not biting it.
All the way across the course to the opposite side into box number 2, which has been more difficult for all of our drifters. And there it is, just hitting that barrel. Again, not all is lost. These things can be kind of made up with a really nice run for the second half, hitting that flapper.
So far, he's managed to get every single obstacle. Just the slight nudge as we went into the second box there. So this is looking really good. That S13 backfiring.
Giving the judges what they want with the sound, with the smoke in the turbo and out into the final park. Can he stick the landing?
You know, he's been pretty good at this so far. It's
Very
nice.
nice.
That
may have been a perfect park.
Yeah, that was very good. You can see the points on the floor there. He's nicely parked. That car is very, very loud. The S13. Well,
is it enough?
We are not. Yeah, that's what I mean. We're not going to be able to see the scores until the end there. But just to give you a recap on his run and
Hisham Al-Khatib from Egypt making his way. Will it be enough to get him on the top of that podium?
5 cars, 3 spots, 3, 2, 1. But who will be crowned champion? That is the question. 283 points in his first run, 226 in his second. So he is keeping it high up there. This was a committed and fluid. That's
committed
good, though.
And fluid.
Yeah, committed as in he's committed on the front.
No, yeah,
and
it's
he's
good.
fluid through the course.
I'm feeling that. I'm feeling those adjectives, yeah.
Fluidity. That's what they're looking for, I'd say.
I will say this may have been one of the most difficult courses, at least that I've seen. Everyone has had at least a little problem with something, as we see Mohammed Al Mansouri from the UAE in this 4th position, hoping to improve into the figure 8. Is Mohammed nicely done, just getting around, whips around to this 3 flap. And this is a very difficult rotation, right? He hit the barrel there.
Unfortunately, coming up way too short, missing that second flipper.
Yeah.
He's going to have to really pull it. Yeah, just not coming up short. This is not the run for him so far.
Unfortunately, and it's the last. It's the last run. So once you probably aren't doing great, I know this has got to be so frustrating, right?
Absolutely, yeah. But he needs to keep his head together and keep it moving. A lot of drivers tend to watch their competitors on the live stream before they head out, so maybe he's got it in his head that there was a better run from Hisham out there before him. But he can only do his best, and so far we've missed a couple of things. It's only because we've been shown a run which was so good before that you really notice. We're in the top 5 now. Any mistake is a big mistake.
Yeah, the competition is obviously this is its peak. All the hangers-on have been eliminated. So you only have the cream of the crop in the finals with our first ever Final 5 here in the Red Bull Car Park Drift World Finals. King of Drift. Who's going to hold the crown? Who's going to be at the top of the podium? I feel like, unfortunately, for our friend Mohammed here, it is not going to be him. We will see how he does place as he gets into the turbo section of the course.
This is not too bad. You can see that he's really. Can you hear that rev limiter? Battering.
I feel like they're just trying to make that sound, right? They're just like, take this sound. That was a nice park, right? So, Mohammed Al Mansouri of the UAE. Not going to be happy with the first half of that run. The second half looked pretty good.
Look, he's had a pretty solid run out. You can see, a 222, then a 242, but I don't think that will have been an improvement. Now, this is a run that I am looking forward to seeing. I've actually enjoyed all 3 runs from the E36 Mohammed Shahab.
So also from the UAE.
Yeah,
Mohammed Shahab.
It's a very impressive drive out here. As I said, Pro Drift Academy up the door there. That is where if any of you guys, if you're in the UAE looking to get some experience or have a go at drifting, those are the guys to get onto because they can give drift lessons. And this is certainly hoping that he's going to lay down a clinic right now.
I wish I would have majored in drifting in university. See, I would have done so much better. I had better grades, better attitude.
Yeah, I mean, it's never too late.
Mohammed Shahab coming through this exchange of 3 flappers.
A little bit hard there.
I think he left some of his car back there and back there too. Some souvenirs for the fans. That was nice.
See that big correction on the steering there. Yeah, coming in to the
figure 11, yes.
Figure 11.
Yes.
I love the E36. Can you see how the other cars, they were sort of just quite stabby, quite stop-starty, whereas the E36, it's fluid, it's moving, like the back end is always in one continuous motion.
Interesting. So that's characteristic of the car, not the drifter.
Well, depends on the driver, but I'm saying that particularly this E36 looks like it's set up really nicely because it's just there's constant motion instead of like jerking or all that you see here. This is nice. He's floating in on the handbrake. He's just getting back on the power, and the car is just. You see how it just never loses its motion. Very nice.
I feel like Mohammed Shahab probably has a lot to do with that because his control is excellent. He's a very experienced drifter.
Yeah, we've enjoyed watching him drive. The car looks to be on rails. He's very comfortable in it.
Yeah, and he's having a solid. If it weren't for that, he did take out a couple of barrels and a piece of wall, I think, earlier, and there goes a cone. Yeah. Every point counts in this final round. Don't take any more cones out, Mohammed. Here comes the big finish for the park. Solid park for Mohammed Shahab.
I can't even begin to try and guess where that's come, but that was a great drive. That was a great drive. He's definitely put up a serious fight in this year's Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final.
I feel like we're still waiting, especially in this last round. We have not had a perfect run yet. I'm still waiting for that perfect run because, the crowd, now at this point, the crowd is so into it, they will explode if they see a perfect run because now they know what a perfect run looks like, and that's what I want to see. I want to see a perfect run from one of these drifters.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Shahab in his 2JZ E36, I mean, depending on what side of the fence you sit on, if you're an E chassis or an S chassis, they do call the 2JZ.
Did you say JZ?
JZ, yeah. 2JZ, absolutely. Originally came in the Mark IV Supra. Easily one of the most tunable engines in the world. They are ubiquitous, if you want to use a very English word.
No, that's a good word. I like that's an SAT. We call that a $10 word where I come from. Ubiquitous.
Well, it is. It is. It's
they're everywhere.
They're everywhere. Exactly. They are everywhere. Okay, this is going to be hopefully a fire run from Haitham Hadidi in the S13. 26-year-old who won when he was, I think, 18 years old, the 2016
Here
Oman.
in Oman.
Yeah, he did.
It was the first ever Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final. He won it all in front of his own people.
Yep.
It was an incredible moment for the first ever finals, and now can it happen again? 12 years later? Yeah, 12 years later.
2016?
Yeah.
2016 wasn't 12 years ago.
8. Math is hard. See, that's why I asked you to do the math. I asked you earlier. You do the math. And you refused, and that's why there are moments like that.
Let's watch this S13. It's got a 2JZ turbocharged, of course, 715 horsepower, making its way through the track.
I just want to say I'm living in 2028, okay?
Brilliant. Right. Love it, mate.
Or 2026.
That was lovely. You can really see the commitment on the throttle there. The car is moving progressively through the course. Coming into the figure 11s. He's just coming in on the handbrake.
Oh, interesting. What happened there? It was hopping up in the front.
He's checking up, making sure that the rear end of the car isn't sliding too far away from him. Nicely pinned with the left foot brake. It's a good run. It's a good run. But remember what I said about the E36, that fluidity. Keep the car in motion. You don't want that jerking.
Coming all the way across the course into box number 1. I do feel like there is some hesitation.
The car seems to be set up extremely grippy, but I don't blame them. This course is notoriously slippy. because of all the painted lines that you can see as they're going over them. But that was nice. That was nice.
Yeah, cross to box number 2, looking good. Heading toward the roundabout now. Haitham Hadidi. I don't know if this is the run he wants, but it's the run we're getting. We're going to see if this is enough for him to become king of drift again in front of his. Again, you can't imagine doing this twice in your career. And you can hear the crowd now is starting to feel this.
The local Omani supporters really turning up for him. That was very nice. He's just very, very good run. All he's got to do is fire across now into the park. Can he do it? He's
fairly good park.
I think once we get the aerial view of it, we'll see a little bit more. But that was an extremely good run from the 26-year-old driver. He's such a promising career ahead of him.
I mean, he's already had an amazing career. Is he just now a 2-time King of Drift champion here?
We don't know. We don't know, but that was good. But remember when we saw that second run, it seemed to me like the judges weren't rewarding that
jerkiness. Right. They were actually taking points off of that lack of fluidity. I get what you're saying. Really nice looking run, though.
Yeah, very good, very good. Impressive. Very impressive. Like I said, it's all tongue-in-cheek. We're commentating just to give some color to what you're seeing on the pictures there. But what these guys are achieving in front of the crowds, under the lights, under the pressure of the time, it's incredible.
And that's another thing. This is not common to have the Red Bull car park drift at night. So this is there's a lot of uncommonalities for these guys as we see our final drifter in the final round, Ahmad Al-Amri. Again, from Oman. You got to think, obviously, everybody here in this capacity crowd, look at their lights. I don't know if you can see on the live stream, but everybody has their lights out on their phones. I think this is the one they have selected. Is he the one? Is he the champion? Let's find out. Ahmad Al-Amri from Oman.
Okay. Oh, that was good. Letting that S15 transition nicely. Can he get it out? Oh, yes. You see that? That was precision. Came in on the handbrake, then let it go.
And
this is good. He's just controlling it as it comes in.
I think you're getting that fluidity you were asking for as he goes through the figure 11.
That's what I'm saying.
Into the 360.
This is nice.
Don't hit anything.
He's got so much power as well, you know.
Yeah, this might be your championship run right now. Right now, if it goes this way for the rest of it,
what do we know?
I'm going to say
no.
I know some things. I've been around.
I feel like you've learned a lot, actually.
In the last 90 minutes, I've learned so much.
This S15 V8 screaming away under there. It's a lovely looking car. Very well turned out.
Box number 1. Perfect.
But he's won car park drift before, so he's no stranger to this setup, to this pressure. Can he do it again? That's the question. This was very nice.
The Omanis might be taking the forefront of the drifting world. Is that possible?
No, I wouldn't like to say. I don't see
enough. I'm not going to be hated. I'm not going to be hated by other nations.
Now, I will say that Haitham and Mr. Al-Amri are putting on a very good show, and they're clean. And I'm going to use that word again. They are tidy. Coming into the park, very good.
And a great park, and there you go. I'm telling you, that is the one right there. Good. And he's going to get out. He's so excited about the run. He's like, I won. I won, everybody.
He always has a big smile on his face. If you could see underneath that helmet right now, I'm telling you, there is a big set of pearly whites grinning away like a Cheshire cat.
Ahmad Al-Amri, so good. Great run. I can see the whole crowd loving it. And they're like, yep, that's our champion right there. We don't know that yet.
Mind your P's and Q's. We don't know. It's down to the judges.
It would not be the first time I'm wrong about who's king of drift, to be fair.
All 5 cars. Obviously, we haven't seen any scores because we're in the final 5. Only 3 can go to the podium. Only 1 man can be crowned the king of drift. We are going to find out.
Yep. They're going to. Here's what happens now. We're going to have a moment here while the crew gets the podiums out. And the final 5 drifters will get their cars out, I do believe, as well, on the course. And then we will have a ceremony. And then it'll be like one of those pageants, the beauty pageants, you know, where they put the crown on you. And it'll be heartbreaking for some. Do you want to be fourth or do you want to be fifth? If you have to be one. Because fifth, you know, you weren't even close.
What kind of question is that?
Okay, look. So
Are you talking?
hear me out. Okay, so this podium is like the Olympics, right? So you've got the winner, the King of Drift on top. And then you got second place just slightly lower, and then third place even lower. But then you have the fourth and fifth place that don't even get on the podium. Now, if I'm fourth place, I feel bad because I was almost on the podium. But fifth place, you know what? I'm just happy to be here.
I mean, I think at the...
She doesn't care. Hey, can I tell you? Becky's over me. It took... Look at the clock. What did it take? 2 hours 40... 2 hours, 45 minutes, I think.
Is that how long it normally takes?
No, I'm just saying. For people to get over me, no, they usually get over me much faster. Much faster than that usually.
We're watching a... What are we watching? We're watching a replay.
This is a replay of
the last driver out.
Yeah.
Who
Ahmed
I will
Al-Amri,
say,
who
Mr.
I think...
Al-Amri has done a pretty good job of showing us...
I think he's got it. I would think... I mean, and again, I've been wrong. So wrong before so many times, but I'm gonna say he's got it. I don't have any insight into what the judges are saying. I'm just gonna say he's got it. If nothing more than the lights under his car. I like the green lights under his car. I think he should win just on that alone.
Brent, get out of here.
Yeah.
You can't win because he's got underglow on his car.
It's pretty.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Okay,
nice.
Best appearing car, I would say he's probably high up there. But
Again,
that's not what we're fighting over.
Yeah. Also,
but I'm biased as well. You've got to understand, I am biased. I have an S15 with an Origin Lab kit, just like that, with a Big Country Labs wing, just like that. It's just mine has a SR20 2.2 stroker instead of the V8.
So does that mean anybody driving that car, you're on their side?
No, I'm just saying that if it came down to the subjective looks of the car and this was a competition as opposed to skill as it was aesthetics, I would probably err on the side of the S15.
Okay. If you're driving on the road, you know, and one of them cuts you off, like somebody cuts you off in it, do you kind of give them brakes? Like, you know what? I should hate you, but I love you because you're driving the car I love.
No, I'd still probably think they were.
Yeah.
I don't know what word I should say. I know. I was
don't.
like,
Just stop.
Just
stop. Stop. As we see the
not
drifters.
Very nice person.
Yeah, not a nice person. Don't cut people off. You see the drifters, some of the friends family of Red Bull as well, getting out there for this ceremony. This is what we've been waiting for. Who is going to be the King of Drift 2024? I know in the back in the pit lane, you know, back in the paddock, they all have their opinions. Everybody's like, you know, they think they know as well. Only the judges know. The judges are the only ones that that really decide this. So it's down to 3 people, and you know how they score certain things. That was also a nice run here.
Yeah, very good from
That's
the Omani driver.
Haitham
Hadidi.
Yeah, Red Bull
local
athlete.
Driver. It's good to see a Red Bull athlete in the finals. And we see Cleve there. Can you see the
Jamaicans.
The Jamaicans are out here in force to support Cleve, which is wonderful. As I said, he was the winner of the Car Park Drift Jamaica and then was invited to come over here. Borrowed car, a lot of borrowed cars on the grid tonight.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, a lot of money and effort to get a car onto a cargo container and put it on a ship and get it over here. That does happen sometimes. We have seen that happen in the past where, you know, a drifter actually will want their car shipped. Sometimes that just can't happen though for various different reasons. So people will rent or borrow a car that is more available. Some of these cars will come in from other countries on the back of a tow truck or whatever, a recovery car. They'll just bring them in from other countries. It just helps if there's not an ocean or a gulf between them and the finals. It all depends on where the finals are.
For sure. But we are about to find out, I'm hoping.
Speaking of that, I usually, at this point, and I don't know if anybody in the booth can hear me, that could send me a message, but where is the final next year? I would love to know where we're going next year. Actually, I probably won't be going anywhere. This will be the last one for me. I'm like, you know what? We've had, yeah.
You can't leave me hanging there.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you're doing great. All those things you know about cars, those wonderful names that I've never heard of in my life, those terms.
Well, look, we're on a learning journey together, and thank you to everyone who's been watching this evening. I am new to the team here as the commentary team. This is my first time actually ever doing commentary. So
welcome. You're doing very well.
Hopefully they might have me back. I've enjoyed it. It's cool. I get to chat about cars and engines and chassis and drifting, and that is something that as a host of Drift Masters, it's a pleasure to learn, pleasure to see.
I'm interested to know, where does Drift Masters start or end, and where does Red Bull Car Park Drift begin?
Two very different events. Because first of all, the Red Bull Car Park Drift is single runs. It's not running. It's not tandem.
The Masters is all about duality. You've got two different drifters at the same time.
Yes. So Drift Masters, you have got two cars that will be running head to head. So you'll have a lead car and a chase car, and it comes down to a judged criteria as to who wins that battle. And then you'll start with a 32, then go into 16, then an 8, then a 4, then a 2. So, and that's where you'll see tandem drifting, which is
that's wild. I can't
really
even
amazing. It's just incredible when you see it. When we're talking pinpoint precision, perfection, surgical moves at nearly 100 miles an hour going into a corner. So it's crazy. Whereas the Red Bull Car Park Drift is a different skill, very much still using that talent, that nerve needed to throw the car in sideways to an obstacle, and really use all of those techniques that they're using when they're drifting. So it's like I said, single runs here, dual runs in Drift Masters. But Drift Masters, we will be running a 7-round championship next year, which is really exciting. So make sure you do hop on to Red Bull TV and join us for Red Bull Drift Masters next year. 7 runs.
I have to see this. I have to see two drifters at the same time, going at it. That's pretty cool.
Dude, you'll love it. It's such a show, such a spectacle. We're starting in Italy. We've got 7 rounds. We normally have 6. We have 7 rounds now, starting in Italy at Vallelonga. Then we're heading to Ricardo Tormo in Spain. Then I'm pretty sure we're heading to Finland or Mondello Park. Well, we're heading to Huvivaltio Power Park in Finland. Then we're heading to Mondello Park. Then we are heading to Riga, Latvia, Bikaniki track, which is an amazing circuit. Then we will head to potentially Germany. We're not sure yet. And then from there, we head over to one of our last rounds of the year, which will be Poland. I'm pretty sure I had all of them in there.
Wow, what a fantastic tour. That sounds amazing.
Dude, it's all over Europe. It's great. It's great. And we'll probably see a good few of our of the drivers.
As we see, I actually work for Virgin Radio Dubai, so I'm excited to see Virgin Radio Oman as the media partner.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
And Nissan there, obviously showing the latest, greatest. Whilst the guys are getting themselves together, all of the fans have joined the drivers down by the podium to announce who's going to win.
There are no drivers. They're all drifters.
Oh my God! That is the one thing that I've learned from this.
No, you haven't.
Broadcast.
You haven't.
Because
I'll tell you. You know what? I stopped caring about an hour ago. It's like, you know what? She's going to be her. Becky's going to be Becky, and she is just going to say drivers, whether she wants to or not.
They are drivers.
They are, when they're not in here.
Very funny.
They're drifting.
It's okay. They're doing the drift.
We're still checking out some sponsorships on the feed, but I can see that the ceremony is getting together, and everybody's kind of crowding around the drifters as we get to our 5 finalists, so we can see who is going to be the king of drift. Who gets the big trophy? I still say they should have a crown. There we go. Now we're at live action. There is no crown. Oddly enough, for the king of drift, no crown. I really have been pushing for a crown.
We have. Okay, so we have our 5th place just being announced here.
From the UAE, Mohammed Al Mansouri in
You know
5th.
what? He put up a valiant fight. What a brilliant driver. He's taken 5th home. Very good.
And it looks like in 4th place, I do believe I heard Mohammed Shahab is the 4th. So the 2 UAE drifters actually getting 4th and 5th.
I was very impressed with him in E36. Absolutely rocking it out there.
I really thought he had a...
You know what? I thought he was going to be higher up in the standings. But you know what? He's had a good day out. So time to see who's made it onto our Red Bull podium in 3rd position. In 3rd position, we have the Egyptian driver Hisham Al-Khatib in the Nissan Silvia. He really did do extremely well. Very impressive.
And so now we know it will be a 1 and 2 for Oman, which is, I mean, that's incredible.
This man is really amazing, though. You know what? He has put his... He won the car park drift in 2022, but he's now got himself into 3rd position. Who's going to take 2nd?
We're going to find out who gets 2nd and 1st pretty much at the same time. Ahmed Al-Amri is that your King of Drift? Ahmed Al-Amri gets the title and the hugs and the trophy.
Fantastic there.
Mohammed Al-Amri doing it in front of his home crowd, raising the trophy.
That is absolutely brilliant. You know, I've been saying this the entire time on the commentary. He has always had a smile on his face from the second I walked into the paddock today. Ahmed Al-Amri has taken the title of King of Drift here at the Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final. That's absolutely fabulous. And in 2nd position, another Omani driver, Haitham Al-Hadiri.
There you go.
Do you know what? Everybody put on a stellar show, some incredible driving. I've really enjoyed this. It's amazing to see so much energy, so much love for the sport of drifting out here. And a big, big thank you to Red Bull for putting on events like this where we can showcase our drivers, showcase what they're capable of. And big, big thank you for having me on the commentary team.
This is fantastic. I think we should do this again. You'll come again, yeah?
Ring my agent.
Big love to the beautiful Sultanate of Oman. Thank you for having us. The Red Bull Car Park Drift World Final 2024. I mean, really, it's a big win for Oman and for motorsport. My name is Brent Black.
My name is Becky Evans. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. There's your top 5. We'll take care, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Oh, we'll see you next year.
We'll see
100%.
you next year. We'll see you next year. Thank you, guys. Good night.